All right, assalamu alaikum everyone. Islam to all the Moors. I'm Dr. Yasapa from Zion Law School. Let's get started. We are still on Virgo Paritura. We are on page 141. All right, page 141. You know, if y'all can make the time to read this book, you should really read this book in its entirety. I have a link in the description area of the video. This is the Devil's Pulpit. But this is the free astro theology course. I'm Dr. Yasapa from Zion Law School. And our primary textbook for this course is the Astrology of the Old Testament, the Lost Word Regained, published in 1892 by Carl Anderson. So we have supplementals. You'll see the supplementals that we use, supplemental textbooks that we use in the title of the video. But this is extra. The Devil's Pulpit, this chapter on Virgo, is extra for all the reasons that I went over, and I'm not going to go over it again right now, other than there are two, I guess I should say, models. Well, let me be more specific. The solar or ecliptical zodiacal projection is modern, meaning that it is less ancient. It is less ancient, probably 5,000 or 6,000 years old, somewhere around that time. So from what I have been studying, the solar projection, zodiacal projection, had its beginning with the dynastic period of the Kemetic or Egyptian pharaohs. Okay, prior to that, our ancestors, for hundreds of thousands, millions, however long of years, we lived our life according to the circumpolar zodiacal projection. Y'all heard me? So you look up, there's a North Star, there are 7 stations, and that has been pretty much hidden. Now, isn't that a coincidence that when our people fell, when the autochthonous people fell, the autochthonous people are referred to in literature from the 1800s, well, 1900s, 18, 17, 16, as the Aboriginal people. These would be the autochthonous Moors. Genesis chapter 2. So if you are Genesis chapter 2, you are a Moor, whether you like it or not. By lawful definition, you're a Moor. All right? So, when we deal with Virgo, there's a lot of issues. There are 2 models in this solar or ecliptical zodiacal projection. One model is based on the seasons from the orientation of the north. Okay, the northern hemisphere. And it has to be the west, northwest, the Maghrib al-Aqsa. All right? And here's why I say that. Because this particular model of the zodiac is based upon the 4 seasons. Right? Based upon the 4 seasons. And where else in the world are there 4 seasons? Other than Northwest. The Northwest, the Maghrib al-Aqsa, all right? When you go into Alaska, it's just winter, right? It's just winter. It's cold. Canada, cold. What they call Canada now, Canaanland, cold, right? Well, no. I think they have 4 seasons too. I haven't been to Canada in years. But I do remember, yeah, Canada has 4 seasons. When you go to Mexico, they have 2 seasons, right? They have summer and rainy season. When you go to Europe, they have winter and cold. Europe is truly is an icebox, y'all. Europe truly is an icebox, especially Central Europe and Eastern Europe. It is an icebox, okay? What they call hot is like 65, 68 degrees. Okay? But anyway, so that zodiac, the first model, is based upon the 4 seasons: winter, summer, spring, and fall. The whole thing is based on that. Then the second model, by the way, that model that's based upon the seasons starts with Aries, which is the first day of spring. So the first day of spring is always the last day of winter. All right, it's always the last day of winter. Y'all get it? So in this calendar, in the calendar that's used now, the Christian calendar, the last day of spring is usually going to be somewhere around March 22nd. It changes. It'll change every year, but it's always going to be around March 22nd, okay? March 21, March 22, March 19. And so it always begins in Aries, all right? So the first zodiac sign is Aries, based upon the first model, which is based upon the 4 seasons from the point of view of the Northern Hemisphere, specifically the Northwestern Hemisphere. All right, so ancient Kemet is credited with bringing the world the solar zodiacal, well, actually the zodiac all together. So if that's the case, where would ancient Kemet have to be? At least its major cities. If their whole philosophy of life is based on the zodiac, where would they have to be? The major city, where would it have to be? It would have to be in North America or in the Americas, right, y'all? Right? It's just common sense. Do you see how once you understand nature, you can start putting 2 and 2 together? Because they'll tell you that the Egypt over there in Africa, what's called Africa today, they don't have 4 seasons. They don't have 4 seasons. And the archaeologists and the historians, all of the scholars will tell you they didn't have the technology nor the imagination to get in a boat and sail across the Atlantic, or to develop a flying machine, a plane, a helicopter, and fly across the ocean. They never imagined it, never conceived it. But yet, their entire way of life is based on the zodiac and 4 seasons. So what does that tell you? Using your critical thinking mind, what does that tell you? Y'all see how nature can free your mind? Now, if you can see that, then you can also see that if the Israelites, according to the biblical stories, were intimately connected to Egypt or ancient Kemet, And they were very near in terms of kilometers or miles, right? They're land masses. What does it tell you? That the ancient Israelites lived in what's called Africa today? Or would have had to be in what's called America today? Do you see what you can learn from studying the Zodiac, y'all? You don't need to go through a whole bunch of Bible verses and a whole bunch of religious doctrines. You don't need to do any of that. Just simple reasoning. But you need to have a knowledge of the Zodiac in order to do it. Right? So if ancient Egypt was in the Americas, their whole life, their whole philosophy is based on the Zodiac, and that Zodiac is based upon 4 seasons. Where in the world are there 4 seasons? And then that must have been the center of their empire, or of whatever you want to call it, okay? If they never sailed, if they never even imagined, can you imagine that? They say that the ancient Egyptians never imagined, never conceived of sailing across the Atlantic, but yet and still you can see on the inscriptions, the iconography on the temple walls, you can see boats, and they had these things about going out in outer space, right? Most people have seen these images. So you mean to tell me they can't conceive of going across the water? See, it makes no sense. But this is how critical thinking can improve your life. All right? Take the confusion out of life. But anyway, let's let that go. Let's continue. So the first, according to that model, based on the seasons, actually, you know what? I think I'm going to start calling it the seasonal solar zodiac, the seasonal zodiacal projection. If I remember, I'm going to start calling it that. That begins with Aries, all right? That begins with Aries, which is the last day of winter, first day of spring, or when winter transitions to spring, which as C.M. Bay informed us, was it page 38 of volume 2, The Clock of Destiny? If it's not, y'all, forgive me, but that's what came to my mind. The strong hand of spring, the strong grip of spring. The strong grip of spring is referred to as the lion's paw, and it resurrects the dead plant life, the dead vegetation, the hibernating animals, resurrects those dead plants to a perpendicular stance, all right? Brings them back to life. The strong grip of spring, which is the lion's paw. All right, now, that's the first model. And maybe actually, that's the second model. I'll call it the second model, so we can keep things in chronological order. Okay, the first model would be with no consideration of the seasons, just the 12 zodiacs, all right? And actually, well, I'll deal with that later. For now, let's say 12 zodiac signs, all right? Now, this topic is about Virgo. Why I'm spending so much time on Virgo. So look at the 12 zodiac signs. There are 12. It's a circle, 360 degrees, right? There is no natural beginning or end to a circle. The lines are connected, so where are you going to start? What's the beginning? So what our ancient ancestors did, according to, I think it was Ptolemy, the astrologer and some other writers, astrologers, they said that because Virgo, because of the story, the mythological story associated with Virgo is a woman and she has a child. because Virgo is a woman and she has a child. So that's dealing with birth. Birth is a beginning, right? A new beginning. Birth is a new beginning, right? Transitioning from one form to another form. Right, y'all? So they said, well, we're going to start the Zodiac with Virgo without consideration of seasons. Y'all follow? Now, is there a possibility? Is there a possibility that at one time there were no seasons? That the whole entire Earth, the whole planet was tropical. Asia was tropical. Earth was initially called Asia. Well, no, Midgard, if you go to, I think it's in Buddhism, either Buddhism or Hinduism, I don't remember. But the Earth would be called Midgard. I listened to a audio book on, I don't know if it was Buddhism or Hinduism, I don't remember. But Midgard, prior to that, Asia. So this is why the autochthonous Moors, the autochthonous people, Genesis chapter 2, verse 7 people who are sprung from the soil, right, are called Asiatics. Asiatics. It's mosquitoes, they are, ooh. Okay. So, yeah, very well could have been that the whole planet was a paradise and there was only tropical weather, right? No extreme weather, no extreme weather. So just tropical, beautiful, sunny days, right? And as it says in the book of the law, water would come up from the ground, right, y'all? So the groundwater would come up and then water the surface of the earth. So you didn't have rain coming down. Now that very well could have been. And in that case, well, you're not going to base anything off of seasons because there are no seasons. Nobody ever knew anything about seasons, right? Because they didn't exist. So if there were no seasons, y'all remember the ecliptic? The ecliptic is the cause for the seasons. The ecliptic is 23.5 degrees offset or oblique to Earth's equator, projected out into space like this, y'all, which is called the celestial equator. So the ecliptic is the apparent path of the sun. So here's the celestial equator, and here's the ecliptic, right? So this angle between, my camera is reversed. The image I see is reversed. So it's weird for me to look at. All right, so this is the ecliptic. This is the apparent path of the sun, okay? So this angle between my two arms is 23.5 degrees north. Not north, but 23.5 degrees, thereabout. That's what causes the four seasons. Y'all see it? So if there was a time when Asia was only tropical, it would have to be what? Now, where is the sun? Where is the sun in the coffee belt? At 0 degrees, the equator. See, it's tropical, right? It's tropical. So, and then 23.5 degrees north, the Tropic of Cancer, And then below the equator, 23.5 degrees south, which is the Tropic of Capricorn, the weather is tropical. So what does it tell you? What does it tell you? So let's look at the angle of the ecliptic. The angle of the ecliptic would have had to be what, y'all? Also zero. Also zero. Also zero. That would produce paradise on earth. Y'all see it? That would produce paradise on earth. Right? And if the ecliptic is at zero, well, that would explain why they began the zodiac with Virgo, right? Because it's a woman giving birth. Okay? All of the other zodiac signs are animals except for Aquarius, the water bearer, right? So if that's the case, right, we're dealing with what? Well, let's say Pangea. Earth was one landmass, okay, with rivers, streams, and brooks. And then something happened that caused the great that caused the river, maybe it was the Jordan River at one time, caused it to become what we know now as the Atlantic Ocean, right? And the continents broke up. So maybe the cause, whatever happened, maybe that had something to do with the sun going from 0 degrees to the present 23.5 degrees, the ecliptic. And also, think about this, y'all. If the sun is at 0 degrees, okay, during Pangea, or before the continents separated, when Earth was paradise all over, paradise conditions all over, will we be able to see the zodiac signs all at one time, right? Because right now, if you want to know what zodiacal age we are in, you need to go on the last day of winter, about 5:30 to, let's say, 5:45, 6 in the morning, and you need to look toward the east, just above the horizon, okay? And see what zodiac sign you see. See what constellation, what group of stars do you see? And if you can read those stars, you will know if you are in Pisces. You'll know if the zodiacal age is Pisces or if it's Aquarius or anything else, right? But let's go back to Pangea, when the whole earth was a paradise. What would you see in the sky? And also, y'all know that there would be 12 hours of daylight and 12 hours of night all year round. There would be justice. Justice would reign every second of every day. Y'all hear that? So the JW, the Jehovah's Witnesses organization, they teach paradise on earth. But none of them have ever figured out why they're calling it paradise and why justice will reign. Well, it's because in order for there to be paradise on earth, the ecliptic has to be 0 degrees, which would produce 12 hours of daylight and 12 hours of night. And we know this from observation, experience. If you go between the coffee belt, you'll get at both of the tropics 12 hours of daylight and 12 hours of night once a year. At the equator, twice a year. If my memory serves me correctly, I'm pretty sure. But y'all check it, because I haven't thought about this in a long time. But I'm pretty sure of it. All right, y'all. So the concrete reality of 12 hours of daylight and 12 hours of night for everyone is remixed into the abstract notion of justice. All right? In civics. That's what justice is. Concretely, it is justice. 12 hours of daylight, 12 hours of night. All right? Abstractly, that is rendered as justice. I teach about concrete and abstract in the 101 Ancient Ibaryath course. So if y'all want to come to a class, the class is every Saturday at 10 o'clock in the morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, you know, I go over these concrete, because our people had our ancient ancestors had a concrete paradigm. And the Greeks had, according to the story, an abstract paradigm. And so you'll hear the scholars, you can read about the scholars who say that that a lot of the content has been lost through translation. So the book of the law, the Hebrew scriptures, a lot of the content has been lost or changed because of translation, or due to the translation from going to concrete to abstract and the problems that presents. Y'all hear me? So that's why in my project to correct the book of the law, I'm going to deal with that. I'm going to present things concretely as best I can. All right? So we'll take it back to its pristine original state, because we're supposed to return to the mindset of our ancient foremothers and forefathers. Why? Because Exodus chapter 20 verse 12 says, honor your ancient foremothers and forefathers so that it may go well with you in the land or in the estate that I'm giving you. Right? So anyway, so this is why I'm spending so much time on Virgo. All right? That's the reason. So we got two models. And so we should all be aware of these models and know enough about them and feel comfortable enough dealing with them, talking about them, where we can do some analysis and see things that those who came before us didn't see, or maybe were not in a position to tell us. Or maybe they didn't want to tell us. I mean, whatever the reason, okay? But anyway, let's get started. Let's make it do what it do. Page 140. Page 140. You know, maybe I should get another. I'm gonna order another coffee. I shouldn't drink so much coffee. But in Cambodia, y'all, it's hot. It feels hotter than it does in Vietnam. And plus, well, it don't matter. Anyway, let's keep it moving. I want to have something to sip on while that's actually the reason I want to have something to sip on while I speak. Y'all know it's a lot of work doing all of this talking. Usually I'm not a person who talks, you know, but when I'm doing this, that's a different story. But usually me personally, I don't talk too much. All right, so let's make it do what it do. Okay, so yeah. So second paragraph, page 141. 1 plus 4 is 5, plus 1 is 6. 6 is perfect man according to the book, the Zodiac in the Gospels. So what can we expect before we even start reading? So the perfect man, that's the zodiacal man, Adam Kadmon, Hiram Abiv, standing with his head at the North Pole and his feet at the South Pole, the higher self man. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. She's afraid to be on the camera again. I think I traumatized her last class when I asked her to say hello to y'all. It's the same lady. I'm at the same place. But she made sure she went to the other side of the table to hand me the coffee. All right, y'all. Hold on. Oof. Where was I? Oh yeah. So what can we what kind of predictions can we make? Well, we already know this is dealing with what? The woman and her child, the Savior, right? The Savior of the world, the perfect man. So we should expect that, right? Based upon everything we've been learning, we see that these page numbers appear to be signs, appear to be signposts or tagged, right? Or tagged, or imbued with cosmic energy. Okay, number 6. All right, yo. So anyway, let's see what's going to happen here. Page 141, 1 plus 4 is 5, plus 1 is 6. Let's see what happens. That the Virgin Mary, the Grecian Venus, and the Egyptian Isis are each of them the same as the Virgin of the Zodiac, mother and child, right? Mother and son, rather, mother and son. Is a truth borne out, not by 1 or 2, but by 1,000 analogies. All right, so in other words, he's saying that there's 1,000 stories that use this concept of a mother and son. All right, the mother and the son. All right, well, let's continue. The Virgin Mary, the Grecian Venus, and the Egyptian Isis, those are only 3 examples. There are many more. That's what he's saying. Paris, the capital of France, still retains its Greek name. And I'll show that later. That is under the protection of Isis rather. Isn't that interesting, y'all? Paris, France, of all places. Now, y'all know what the French have done to the, let me try to speak precisely. The borders that the Europeans set up and created countries to divide and conquer, right? To put the people at odds against each other, to conquer and exploit them and their resources. The French are still exploiting them, extracting their resources, and controlling them through finance, etc., right? But yet, But yet, Paris, the capital of France, means under the protection of Isis. Now, how about that? So the Egyptian or Kemetic deity has empowered the French to colonize, enslave, and exploit those who are called Africans, who are probably what? Probably Kemetic people or autochthonous Moors. Y'all got it? Who have been enslaved by their own deity. Think about that. Think about that. And the French have the nerve to swipe their deity and then use it to enslave them. Think about it. What kind of mentality must they have in order to be so diabolical and sinister? Right? Or better yet, why didn't they make up their own gods? Right? Why didn't they create their own gods, their own system? Especially when you look at things through the lens that they push of white supremacy. They're the only ones who are innovative. They're the only ones who are creative, right? They're the only ones who know how to do anything. Everybody else is in. Well, why didn't you create your own stuff? Maybe because they don't have the capacity to do it. Otherwise, they would have done it. Anyway, he continues. He continues. All right, so Paris means under the protection of Isis. Isis is protecting the colonizer. As its great cathedral bears the name of Notre Dame. That is, or which means Our Lady. That is, which means, right, the common name of Isis, the common name of Ceres, C-E-R-E-S, the common name of Venus, and the common name of the Virgin. But that by this Notre Dame, Our Lady, was meant none other than the Lady of the Zodiac. Is certified by the architecture of the building itself. So now we're off into philology. Philology. So architecture, iconography can help you to understand ancient text, which represents the 12 signs of the zodiac. 6 and 6 perpendicularly. Page 141. 1 plus 4 is 5, plus 1 is 6. 6, 6, 6. Perfect rulership. Huh? There you are. There you are. There you are. 6, 6, 6. Perfect rulership, right? 6, 6, 6 is not an evil number. As y'all been taught or as all of us had been taught in religion, it is not an evil number. All right? So let's continue. 6 and 6 perpendicularly on the sides of the great northern entrance. The great northern entrance, right? So Cancer is the summer solstice, and then Leo, and then Virgo in the north. All right, so 6 and 6 perpendicularly on the sides of the great northern entrance, with the place that should be occupied by the Virgin, that's Virgo, supplied instead with the figure of the architect of the edifice and the virgin. So this is what the architecture of Notre Dame has. That's telling you the secret, okay? To whose honor is dedicated, taken out of her place in the succession of the signs, and set over the center of the door as the goddess of the temple. Okay? So Virgo is above the door. So it has to be Virgo's temple. For example, if you're at work and your name is above the door, that means it's your office, right? Or if you see Tom Jones above the door or on the door, it means it's Tom Jones' office, right? Or if you walk into a building and you see a name in the center of the building or above the door, you know that that's, for example, the company. You know that's the company, right? So those group of people who are hiding behind that company, right? Is it clear? So this is the temple of Virgo. All right. So anyway, he says here, to honor it, to whose honor it is dedicated, taken out of her place in succession of the signs. So the signs are there, the zodiac signs are there, but Virgo is missing. Virgo is over the center of the door. And set over the center of the door as the goddess of the temple, with the child Jesus in her arms. Jesus, justice, Jesus, the perfect man, Adam Kadmon. Right? Zodiacal man, Hiram Abiff, standing erect perpendicularly. His head is the North Pole, his feet is the South Pole, or North Star, South Star, South Pole Star, North Pole Star, and Adam Abiff is standing erect, perpendicularly. Y'all see it? In full life. Civilly in full life. Not civilly dead, not lost at sea, but standing erect in full life in his proper person. Higher self, honoring his ancient foremothers and forefathers, having taken back his birthrights. Y'all see it? The resurrected Hiram Abiff. Y'all see it? Page 141, 1 plus 4 is 5, plus 1 is 6. Perfect man. 666. We saw it, right? 6 and 6 perpendicularly on the sides of the great northern entrance. So you can read the signs and the symbols once you become aware of all of this, right, y'all? Y'all, do me a favor. Let some people know that I'm doing this live stream. Text them, call them, tell them to show up and get this information. Now, I haven't heard people giving the information that I'm giving publicly. Maybe they do it privately, I don't know. So what I'm trying to say is that if they come here or if they watch my videos, they'll get information that maybe they wouldn't get otherwise, right? Or maybe their reading comprehension is not high enough so that they would understand. Maybe they would get burned out and then, eventually give up. All right, so this is something that they should hear. All right, y'all. Now let's continue. Let's continue. Okay, so with child Jesus in her arms, and having under her feet a serpent, twisted round a tree, which is the exact relation of the Virgin of the Zodiac. So as above, so below, as below, so above. That's what they did. That's the Hermetic Law of correspondence. Y'all see how they put that there on the temple? The only way you know that is if you are aware of the Hermetic Laws, and if you are aware of astrology and astrotheology, if you have some knowledge of philology and mythology. All right, y'all? Before the invention of letters, the hieroglyphical monograph of the Virgin of the Zodiac was what to this day it continues: 3 straight strokes with a thin running line from the middle of the one to the top of the other, and a tail or downward stroke passing below the others, which has since become the shape of the letters M and Y, the natural abbreviation of the name Mary. Let me show y'all this. All right, y'all. So here we are. Y'all take a moment to read this. On the replay, pause it. Y'all read that, okay? Whoa. The image is reversed, so it's hard for me to see. All right, y'all. So I didn't make that up. I'm going to read it again for emphasis. Before invention of letters, he's talking about the current is it called the Romantic alphabet? I don't remember. You know, the A, B, C, D, and all of that. Before the invention of letters, the hieroglyphic monogram, so pictograph, right? The hieroglyphic monogram of the Virgin of the Zodiac was what to this day continues: 3 straight strokes with a thin running line in the middle. 3 straight strokes with a thin running line from the middle of the one to the top of the other, and a tail or downward stroke passing below the others, which has since become the shape of the letters M and Y, the natural abbreviation of the name Mary, M-A-R-Y. Y'all see that? So even the M and the Y have their origin in astrology. But not alone the character and symbols of the Virgin of the Zodiac were from remotest ages the very same as those of the Virgin Mother of Christ. Y'all got that? But the name both of Christ and of Jesus. Wait. So Christ and Jesus? 2? But the name both of Christ and of Jesus was given to the child which the Virgin of the Zodiac was represented as carrying in her arms. Did y'all hear that? I'm gonna do it again. For those of you who may have maybe undergoing cognitive dissonance, but the name both of Christ and Jesus was given to the child which the Virgin of the Zodiac, that's Virgo. So Virgo's child, all right? Virgo's child, the mythological story, Virgo's child was represented, well, Virgo and the child was represented as carrying in her arms, and which in the inscription to her honor in the temple of Isis, she was represented as herself declaring to be none other than the S-U-N Son. I am all that is, that was, and that shall be. And the fruit which I brought forth is the S-U-N Son. Y'all hear that? So Virgo's sun in astrology, y'all read that. Virgo's sun in astrology is called Jesus and the Christ, and her fruit, the gift she brought forth, she says is the Son, and this is written in the temple. Y'all read that. All right, so information like this helps you to break that spell. That spell that Christianity got our people under. Pause it on the replay. So y'all be patient. Don't get frustrated. I'm going to read this again. If you understand it, just be patient, because there are some people who may not understand it. But this is really, really, in my opinion, important information. So let me just do this last paragraph again. But not alone the character and the symbols of the Virgin of the Zodiac, right? The M and the Y, the mother, the iconography, the mother holding the child, right? Virgo holding her child. Also, okay, let's just stick with Virgo. That's what we're on. We're from remotest ages. That means very, very ancient, extremely ancient, right? We're from remotest ages, the very same as those of the Virgin Mother of Christ. Same iconography, same M and Y letters representing Mary. They're the same. So obviously, the Christians got that from other religions, which got it from astrology, right? Now, continue. But the name both of Christ and Jesus was given to the child which the Virgin of the Zodiac was represented as carrying in her arms. Man, y'all, so many mosquitoes here, doggone it. All right, so Virgo's son, Virgo's child was named Jesus and the Christ. Well, Jesus and Christ, rather. Let's continue. And which in the inscription to her honor in the temple of Isis. So it's written in the concrete in honor of Virgo or Isis, right? Well, they're the same, right? She, that is Virgo, was represented as herself declaring to be none other than the S-U-N Son. And that is absolutely true, right? Because aren't the stars themselves suns, right? Aren't the stars S-U-N suns? Yes, they are. All the constellations are stars. There are 5 planets and 2 luminaries, the sun and the moon. Our ancestors counted the 2 luminaries as planets. They said there were 7 planets, all right? But a star is a sun sun. Now notice what the inscription reads. I am all that is, that was. In other words, now. In other words, now I exist and everything is me. Everything is me. That means everything comes from the sun or suns or stars. That was. That means past, right? That the past. I'm all that there ever was in the past. I'm all that there ever is now. And that there shall be. I'm all that there ever will be. In other words, I'm everything. I'm everything. Anything that there is comes from me. Hence the mother and the son. Hence, who is the father of the woman? Nobody knows. The woman doesn't have a father. This is why you hear C. M. Bay say that, connotatively speaking, the woman is God. And she conceives a son. But she doesn't have a husband. Right? So she's a widow. And so her sons, y'all remember that? Maybe I'll go through it later. So now she has these sons, right? So now she has these sons. So the woman is connotatively speaking God, which a lot of people and religions have, I think, perverted and started saying the quote unquote black woman is God. Y'all hear it? And so her sons, we grew up in with my mother, my siblings, we called our mother Ma. And I'll never forget this. My grandmother she had Alzheimer's disease. She had Alzheimer's disease, right? She had Alzheimer's. And she would come down. I would visit my mother sometime. And I was very young. She'd be in the kitchen about 2, 3 in the morning. My mother liked gas stoves. She would turn on the gas stove, put her coffee in the percolator. At that time, they had percolators. The whole house would smell like coffee, right? She would crack the window a little bit in the kitchen. And she would sit at the table, make her coffee, sit down at the table. I would come in. Hey, Grandma, how you doing? She looked at me. She said, whose boy is you? And I would say, I'm my son. Yeah, that's what I would say. I would say, I'm my son. And she said, she'd give me like a look. I say, and then I tell her my mother's name. And she says, well, I declare. Same thing every time I ever saw her. But that's Alzheimer's. But yeah, I found myself saying, I'm my son. Only later in life to realize that what I was actually saying, without knowing it, was that I'm a Mason. Because that's the origin of the word Mason. Ma's son, mother's son, or mother and son, right? I'm tempted to go back and go through it, but I want to try to get through. So I'm not a Freemason. That's not what I'm saying. Because I'm not. Never have been. But y'all follow me? I'm my son. Well, whose boy is you? I'm my son, Grandma. Oh, it was funny. My grandmother, she has salt and pepper hair, wore a part down the middle, and these two long braids on the side. That's all I remember her ever. These thick, these thick braids. And my on my mother's side, we are the Shata. We are Shata people, and of course the Shata come from the south. Come from the south in the Americas. If y'all, as a matter of fact, let me see if I can show y'all. There's a mountain in South America called the Shata Mountain. Which is, and then of course we came to the north. We came to the north. Yeah, we came to the north. So that's why I took the appellation AL, all, because we come from the south, the southern part of the Americas. So let me see if I can find this for y'all, the Shata Mountains. Let me try it in in YouTube first. That might be more interesting. Shata Mountain. Let's see if there's something in YouTube. Yeah, a lot of people don't know about the Shata Mountain, but the according to Chief Warhorse, who's the chief now, Chief Warhorse, she said that that the hybrids stole. They couldn't pronounce Shata, so they said Choctaw. And she also confirmed. Yeah, here it is. Hold on. Or no. Don't tell me they're making this hard to get. I don't want to spend too much time. But if y'all spend some time Google searching Shata Mountain, you'll see Shata Mountain. So the Shata people were as far down as the south. Okay, but of course all over the Americas. All over the Americas. And according to Chief Warhorse, the nation was called the Chifuncta Nation. And her daughter, y'all can go to Cooking with Chief on YouTube. Her daughter got some documents and an ancient map, old map. I think it was from the 17 or 1600s that had Shata and something else on that map, indicating that the land belonged to them at that time. But that her YouTube channel was Cooking with Chief. Where is it? Maybe they shot. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. It's in Bolivia. I think it's in Bolivia. Hold on. I think I found it. So the Choctaw are actually the Shata. All right. They couldn't, like I said, they couldn't pronounce Shata. Yeah, it looks like Bolivia, but yeah, it says here, Kemsa Shata is a mountain in the Andes of Bolivia. So let me see if I can find some pictures. So all of my ancestors on my mother's side are Shatta. And from my grandmother, you could really see it in my grandmother. But they, of course, they were not the Mongoloid type. They were what the more, well, I shouldn't say more, but now they would say the kinky hair, chocolate type on my mother's side. Hopefully y'all can see that. But there's more. There are actually many more pictures. But look at underneath. You see the Shatta? They changed the spelling. Let me see. So here's another. But anyway, y'all can search this out. But getting that map is really worth it. If you have any questions about who was here, if you see that map, that'll answer a lot of questions for you. All right? Because now no one questions whether or not, let's say that I think the Shatta are recognized by the state government where Chief Warhorse domiciles. So they don't deny that we're the autochthonous people. The U.S. corporation doesn't recognize, it's not a recognized tribe, right? But my point is, if you have any question about that, just go take a look at that map, because she shows it. I wish I could remember the name of the video. But anyway, let's get back to the point. Mother and child, my son, Mason. All right? My son, Mason. So let's continue. And the fruit which I brought, says Virgo, and the fruit which I brought, y'all relate that to the scriptures about Mary, and the fruit which she brought, which is JC, the Christ figure. And the fruit which I brought forth is the S-U-N, son. And in German, son is S-O-N. I think it's German and Dutch. They're homograms. They sound the same but spelled differently. Okay, so English, which is a low, I think English, if I remember correctly, is a low Germanic language. They just said, we're going to hide the astrology. And instead of spelling it S-O-N, son, we're going to change it to S-U-N to throw you off. And it was very effective, right? Remember, vowels are interchangeable. Vowels are interchangeable. It could be S-I-N, S-U-N, S-O-N. It can be, there were two, y'all know, I maybe 6 weeks ago, I did some research on, now I don't remember, but there are two, Y and I think W are sometimes vowels. A-E-I-O-U, sometimes Y, but also sometimes W. Something like that, I don't remember. But they're interchangeable. And so you have to, if you know this, when you see words, you can figure out what they are, what they mean, right? If you know these grammar rules, and if you know the tricks, right? If you keep coming to this class, you'll learn some tricks. If you come to the Saturday class that I teach, 506 The Curses course, you just let me know, put a comment in here you want to go. I'll put the link up. or give me your email address. I'll send you the link, right? And you will learn a lot of tricks that they do. Not because I'm telling you, but because you're seeing them. I'm showing you, all right? So the Arabian astronomer Al-Bozar, or Al-Bumazer, has the curious passage quoted by Kirker Selden and R. Bacon, and Dupuis, Volume 3, page 46. Volume 3, page 46. 3 plus 4 is 7, plus 6 is 13. 12 signs of the zodiac, 1 sun. 13 is not an unlucky number. Was an unlucky number for you if you are in autochthonous Moor, because it is perfect rulership for the hybrid. In other words, the hybrid will have perfect rulership, perfect supremacy, perfect domination over the autochthonous Moors. Using what? Using our science, astrology, against us. Yeah, they will have perfect control over you. Hence, let me show y'all this image. See, 13 is not an unlucky number. It's unlucky for you if you are denationalized Moor and you don't know anything but Christ crucified. Like Jordan Maxwell says, I don't know nothing. You know, all I know is Christ crucified. And I love Jesus. It's very unlucky for you. So here it is. All right. There it is. All right. The number 13. The hybrid will have perfect rulership over you. Will exercise perfect, or that means complete, y'all, domination over you. You see it? In other words, you'll be in the palm of Jesus' hand. And look at, this is supposed to be a scene out of the book of Revelation. And the bald head guy down there, that's supposed to be John the Revelator, who allegedly wrote the book of Revelations, which is a holy and purely astronomical work. All right? You can only understand it through astrotheology or through astrology. Y'all see what he has in his hand? He has a bill. All right? You see the Moor's eyes are closed. He got eyes to see but can't perceive. His eyes are closed. That means he's blinded by religion. He got ears to hear, but he cannot understand. He's in the palm of JC's hand. And y'all know JC is not a real man. Okay? In other words, he's been brainwashed completely and thoroughly by Christianity and Islam. Y'all see that? Look at that. Look in the palm of Jesus' hand. Who do y'all see? What is that? Don't y'all see that man? Look at his fro. Look at his nose. Look at his mouth. All right? This is a denationalized Moor, a religious Moor. Well, a black man or African. All right, y'all? Y'all see that? Hiram Abiff laying down in his shallow grave with his head in Aries. Aries is the Lamb of God. Jesus is the Lamb of God. And the Son is entering into the kingdom of the heavens. All right, so the kingdom of the heavens is actually hell for the Moor, for the denationalized Moor. Is heaven for the hybrid. But hell for the autochthonous people, the Aboriginal people. Okay, y'all? So 13, volume 3 is 3, page 46. So 3 plus 4 is 7, plus 6 is 13. perfect rulership. Woman and child, the solar or ecliptical zodiacal projection. All right, the basis of all, the template of all religions. Y'all see it? Knock the Moor out. All right, knock the Moor out. And he's dead in his sins. His feet are in the scales. Right? His feet are in Libra in September. The autumn equinox, 12 hours a day, 12 hours of night, the balanced scales. So justice has been executed on the Moor. He has been denationalized, is now a stateless person, has no inheritance, and he's civilly dead in the eyes of the law, because justice has been executed on him, right? So now he needs to wake himself up. And when he wakes up, when Hiram Abiff wakes up and he stands up perpendicular, to me, in my opinion, that's the the circumpolar zodiacal projection that we need to go back to. The solar, I'm giving y'all my opinion, and I'm not saying I'm right. It's just my opinion, right? We need to return to that zodiacal projection, because this solar zodiacal projection has been used to enslave us, and it is modern relative in terms of how old they are. It's modern, about 5,000 or 6,000 years ago. It began, as I mentioned earlier, with the dynastic pharaohs. And they began to worship, well, the worship of Amun-Ra, of Ra, came in. So they transitioned from, and in my opinion, it had to be through conquest. They transitioned from the solar zodiacal projection, right? The North Star, the 7 gates and all of that, or the 7 stations of the sun and all of that. And they transitioned to the solar zodiacal projection with its 15 or 16 Christ figures. All right, which is the template of all religions, which represents us being asleep, dead in our sins, right? Worshiping foreign gods that our ancestors never knew anything about. Now you see why our ancestors never knew anything about any of these solar deities. Why? Because we lived our life in the most ancient of times. We lived our life guided by the circumpolar zodiacal projection. Now that's my opinion. But the fact is that the circumpolar zodiacal projection is far, 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 far more ancient than the solar or ecliptical zodiacal projection, which, as I said earlier, only came into existence when the dynastic pharaohs came in. Now, isn't that a curious thing? Now you got families ruling as kings, if that's even true, right? If that's even true. What if, now I'm just going to speculate right now, y'all, but what if these dynastic pharaohs were actually, had something to do with Yaqub? What if it's actually Yaqub and his hybrids coming in, taking over, and setting up centers of power? What if that's what it is? What if that's what it is? And that would explain why they shifted from the circumpolar zodiacal projection to the solar zodiacal projection, right? In other words, take your power away from you. Take your power. Your power is in your understanding of nature, right? And in following the instructions that your ancient ancestors gave you, which were harmonic with nature. All of the science and engineering associated with that changed your whole paradigm, okay? And then put you in a religion based upon the solar zodiacal projection. Y'all hear it? Y'all hear it? So a half-truth is more easy to sell than a complete lie. Okay, y'all? So that's what it's looking like to me. But anyway, let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. Putting the astronomical and infinitely remote antiquity of the Christian allegory beyond question to every mind capable of perceiving what evidence of antiquity really is. All right, so we're dealing with evidence, not beliefs, okay? Quote unquote. We have, says Albumazar, quote, in the first deacon. So remember, deacons are constellations located next to or near a zodiac sign. So for example, every constellation, every zodiac sign has 3 deacons. It's like, for example, where you live, let's say where you domicile, your house, where you domicile, you got 3 neighbors, 3 other houses next door to you. It's the same concept as that. The first deacon of the sign of the Virgin, following the most ancient traditions of the Persians, the Chaldeans, the Egyptians, Hermes, and Asclepius, a young woman, called in the Persic language Seklenidos de Dar Zama, in Arabic Adrin Nedefa, that is to say, a chaste, pure, and immaculate virgin suckling an infant, which some nations call Jesus, but which we in Greek call Christ. Here it is. See, these are of the 15 or 16 or so Christ figures that we always hear about, all right? These solar religions. Okay, all of them were made using one template. One template. The solar zodiacal projection, which was brought in by the dynastic pharaohs, the worship of the sun. They started worshiping Ra, Amen-Ra, Ra. All right, y'all, worshiping Ra. This is what the literature says. All right. Okay. Excuse me. And why was this virgin mother of Christ Jesus espoused to a man whose name was Joseph? That's a darn good question, right? What's the astrological solution? In other words, this story was remixed from what natural phenomena? But as you may see in the visible heavens, and as here delineated on the globe, he's talking about a celestial globe. All right, that's like a globe of space, right? Like there's a globe of the earth, you can see the continents, and they have the borders of the countries and all of that. So this globe, the celestial globe, you see all of the zodiac signs, and then you see all of their, let me show you. Then you'll see all of their deacons, and then you'll see everything else. So our ancestors said that there are 48 constellations. Now y'all got to remember that the initial zodiac were only 7. According to the according to the astrology of the Old Testament, Aries was not in the original zodiac. Okay, Aries was not in the original zodiac. And isn't that interesting? Because Aries is the Lamb of God, who is Jesus. And Virgo initially was Virgo Scorpio. And then at the initial fall of man, Virgo Scorpio were broken apart. And then Libra, the scales were put in, which gave you 12 zodiac signs. All right, y'all? Did I say that right? Yeah. Excuse me. Did I say that right? So Libra, Scorpio, that's 2, and then Virgo is 3. So that would be 9, right? Those additional were added. Yeah, Virgo, Scorpio was split. Libra was added in, which is the scales. And then Aries was also added in according to the astrology of the Old Testament. Now, y'all remember that we read in that same book, and also, I think it was in Witness of the Stars. I lost my thought. I'll come back to it. Let's look at this celestial globe. I used to have this friend named Celeste when I was younger. Every time I think celestial, I think Celeste. I've never met anyone else with that name. Her father was an elder, and it dawned on me. Oh, he named his daughter Celeste for celestial is astrological. So he knew about astrotheology. But yet he was an elder in the religion I was in. He had to have, right? Maybe they all do. I don't know. But I like the name. I always liked her name. So let me see. All right, so this is the globe he's talking about. Oh, that's really, can't see it. Hold on. Can y'all see that? This is a celestial globe. Hold on. That's a celestial globe. Those are constellations, y'all. That lion looks like Leo. Yeah, that looks like Leo the lion. Y'all see it? Some of them look like this, where you just see the stars. All right. Y'all see it? So this is what he's talking about. So let's continue. All right. So where? Am I on the right page? Yeah, okay. Okay, here we are. And why was this virgin mother of Christ Jesus espoused to a man whose name was Joseph? But as you may see in the visible heavens, and as is here delineated on the globe, this virgin in the 6th month, which is August, counting from Aries, right, is accompanied and always to be seen together. Man, excuse me. Hold on. Rising or setting with the husbandman. Bootes, B-O-O-T-E-S. Y'all remember we studied Bootes maybe five classes ago. Who, with his beautiful star, Arcturus, and his sons, mentioned in the book of Job, presided over the vintage. The vintage, y'all, means the wine-making process. All right? So the last day of the wine-making season is September 29th. After that, anything you squeeze out of the grape is going to be sour and only good to make vinegar with. All right? So now he continues. And was believed to have taught mankind the cultivation of corn. See, that's another reference to North America, to the Americas, rather. And who is so honored and so worshiped to this day by the Church of Rome? In her collect, quote unquote, we beseech thee, O Lord, that we may be assisted by the merits of the spouse of thy most holy mother, that what of ourselves we cannot obtain may be given us by his intercession. His is Boots, right? Or Bootes. Who liveth and reigneth with capital G-O-D, God the Father, God the Son, the S-O-N Son, and God the Holy Ghost. The name Bethlehem, in which, so in other words, y'all, Joseph is Bootes, right? Mary is betrothed or engaged to Joseph, Virgo, and Bootes. Bootes is the husbandman. All right, so let's do this. Let me see if I can find you an image. Woo. And these mosquitoes, boy, here and I gotta show y'all this. Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers, y'all. Can y'all see the numbers? I hope you can see these numbers. Hold on. Look at the numbers. You know what? I really need to figure a way to do screen sharing. Do y'all see the numbers? 0 and 60 degrees. 0 plus 6 is 0 plus, I'm sorry, 0 plus 6 is 6 plus 0 is 6. And what does it say? And 13. And 13. Y'all see that? Everybody see that? I don't need to go through this, right? I don't need to keep going over what the 6 and 13 mean. So let's see. Take a look here. Bootes, constellation, the husband or the herdsman. Husbandman, herdsman. All right. Bootes, the 13th largest constellation. Oh, 13. There we go, 13 again. The 13th largest constellation. Y'all see that? You can't make this stuff up. Hold on, y'all. Bootes can be shortened or abbreviated to Boo. Y'all remember that song? I think it was called Mabu or something like that. All right, so here we are. What is a husbandman in the Bible? Gotquestions.org. What is it, y'all? A what? A farmer or a worker. All right. So he was in charge of what? According to our author here, Robert Taylor. Butez or Boo. Virgo's Boo. Virgo's Boo was in charge of what? What was her Boo in charge of? The vintage process. Butez or Virgo's Boo, who with his beautiful star Arcturus and his sons, mentioned in the book of Job, presided over the vintage or the winemaking process. Y'all see that? Virgo's Boo was responsible for the winemaking process. All right, y'all, so let me show you a picture. So here they have an image of what Butez would look like. Y'all see that? So the husbandman, the worker, responsible for the winemaking process, the vintage. And you can correlate, hold on y'all. You can correlate that with, I think, Isaiah 61. All right, now here we go. The name Bethlehem, in which Virgo resided, literally signifying the house of corn, right? I remember everyone said corn was indigenous to the Americas. And then at some point, I don't remember the year, Dr. Ivan Van Sertima came around and said that corn was also indigenous to Africa. But it was also at a time, I think, when maybe people were starting to wake up to this. All right? And when you look in the Strong's lexicon, it doesn't give you a clear answer. It'll say wheat and corn and things like that. I don't remember. It's been years since I looked at it, but I do remember it was ambiguous. So Bethlehem means the house of corn. So let's go with what this author says, because he gave this lecture in 1831. He gave this lecture. Look at the date. Oh, I see why I keep having this irritation with my throat. There's so many trucks and all of these fumes. Man, hold on, y'all. These exhaust fumes irritate my throat. So this was in 1831, okay? There was no issue about our people waking up at that time. And he's saying it's corn, all right? He's saying it's corn, so I'm gonna roll with corn. Man. So corn indigenous to the Americas. And the name Joseph as literally signifying, or Joseph literally means increase or abundance. And it is the business of the herdsman, the worker, the farmhand, to store up and take care of this increase. In other words, he brings the herdsman, or the husbandman brings in the harvest, right? And he stores it. Make sure that it's stored properly and protected from rodents and insects, okay? All right, so the husbandman, the business of the husbandman is to store up and take care of this increase in the harvest and abundance, as it is the month of August that the earth brings forth her increase. So the harvest starts in August. And capital G-O-D, and y'all know this word, capital G-O-D, this word God is a trick bag. Very ambiguous. And you Christians and you Hebrew Israelites, you don't have a clue. Most of y'all don't have a clue what you're saying or what you're doing to yourself when you start to pray to God. Even our God doeth give us this blessing. So God is good. Strike or delete a D, you get God. God is good, G-O-O-D. Delete a D, you get God. All right, and there are many gods. If you look in the Strong's lexicon, what you're going to see is that there's a true and a false God with a capital G, with a capital G. Huh? If you know how to read it. If you use your critical thinking mind, it jumps out of the page at you. Also, God is the modern day spelling, G-O-D, is the modern day spelling of the Germanic deity Woden and Odin. Yeah, that's who you're praying to. And it goes even further than that. As a matter of fact, if I can find it really quickly, I'll show y'all. Oh. Zion. Y'all know Zion, Z-I-O-N, Zion, can also be spelled Sion, S-I-O-N, Sion. I'm gonna pay, I just opened the page, 228. Yesterday, I saw a series of numbers, one after the other. I checked my phone. No, not my phone. I checked my YouTube analytics. I saw 22. I checked it again. I saw 33. The next time I checked it, I saw 44. The next time I checked it, 55. I kid you not. Or was it 3-3? It was 3-3, 3-3, 4-4, 5-5. So this is what it says on page 228. It is at or near the gate, or going out of the celestial Zion. Y'all know Zion means the stars, right? The starry heavens. Did y'all know that? Anyway, I just saw that when I opened this up, and I wanted to share that with y'all. What I'm looking for right now is where this author, Robert Taylor, gives he gives the etymological meaning of God. And I want, if I can find it right away, I'd like to share that with y'all. So y'all give me just a little bit of time. If I find it, I'm gonna share it. It's definitely worth the wait. So really, you know, God is a verb Transitive, it means to invoke. All right? So speaking, words. So words are the product of what? Sound. Sound are the products of vibration. So God means also to invoke. So the issue is, what are you invoking? Is it good for you or bad for you? Is it going to harm you or help you? So this word God is really a trick bag, y'all. You should really educate yourself on it. Dang. Maybe it's more, I think it might be more toward the front of the book. I remember making my margin notes for that because I knew I would come back to it. I knew I would use it. So I remember making good margin notes. Oh, page 158. Let's see, 1 plus 5 is 6, plus 8 is 14, right? 14 is 2 sevens. Universal harmony. So here at the bottom part, listen to this. About Zion. With that key, I now present you in the moral certainty. That means no doubt, no question. That by Zion, Z-I-O-N, was never meant any place on earth, but the great circle of the starry heavens. As the stone laid for a foundation in that Zion, the sure foundation is that first of the signs of the Zodiac, the first of the signs of the Zodiac. Is he talking about Aries or is he talking about Virgo? Right, depends on which model, right? The first model, Virgo is the first sign. Why? Because it's a woman and it involves a story about giving birth and a son. The second sign is Aries because it's the seasonal solar zodiacal projection, which is based upon the first day of spring. All right. So he says, as the stone laid for a foundation in that Zion, the sure foundation is that first of the signs of the Zodiac, from which the whole vaulty arch of heaven takes its spring. So it sounds like he's talking about the seasonal Zodiac, right? Because it's talking about takes its springtime, which the Escheat sun enters in the month of January. Okay, so the sun is dead and comes back to life on December 25th, casts a full 1 degree shadow, remember, and it begins to rise. So I've seen books talk about December 25th and January 1st for this event, okay? So he continues, which the Escheat sun enters in the month of January, quote unquote, and he that believeth, that is, he who understandeth the science hidden under this allegory. See, that's a code. That's written in code. He that believeth actually means not believe. but he who understands the science hidden under this allegorical story, so as to know the bearings and positions of this first of the constellations. In other words, you can look up in the sky, or you can go on the first day of the last day of winter, transitioning into spring, about 5:30, between 5:30 6 o'clock in the morning a.m. Look over the horizon, right? And you can see Aries, if it's the age of Aries. You can see Pisces, if it's the age of Pisces. You can see Aquarius, if it's the age of Aquarius, and so on and so forth. This is what the author is saying. You have the reading ability, literacy, and comprehension to read the stars. Okay, that's what he means. So as to know the bearings and positions, y'all see it? The bearings and positions of this first of the constellations. He will not make haste, that is, or which means he will not, which means he will become an accurate chronologer. In other words, timekeeper. Because time is based upon what? The positioning of the stars. He will become an accurate chronologer. Well, wait a minute. You mean to tell me in order to understand time, you need to understand, be able to read the stars, to know their positions, how they move? So that means if you are ignorant of that, you don't know what time it is. That means you don't know if you're coming or going. Y'all see why they make you ignorant or make sure you don't know anything about astrology? Okay, got you totally disconnected from nature. They disoriented you in space and time, right? And will be able to keep his account of time. Well, there you have it. With the accuracy of an almanac. That means you know when to plant, when to harvest, what to plant, right? That means that you are aware of the zodiacal man, right? If y'all remember the moon signs and all of that. He continues. Through the whole acceptable year of the Lord. The acceptable year of the Lord begins with Aries. This is the kingdom of the heavens, where the sun rules. 12 hours of daylight and not less. Right? When it's less than 12 hours of daylight, we have entered into fall. The sun has fallen or been crucified, crossed below the autumn equator. And now the nighttime hours are 12 hours, right? 12 hours or more, all the way until springtime, when the acceptable year of the Lord happens again, and there's 12 hours of daylight, 12 hours of night, and then 12 hours or more, and then that cycle continues to repeat itself, okay? So Zion is what, y'all? The author says here, the great circle of the starry heavens. Remember the celestial globe? It's the perimeter, the edges of heaven, of the heavens, the sure foundation, all right? As the stone laid for a foundation in that Zion, the sure foundation is that first of the signs of the Zodiac, from which the whole vaulty arc takes its spring. So wait a minute, y'all, hold on. So by the great, let me correct myself. By the great circle, it looks like he means the Mazarat, the belt. Let me show you an image. So not the perimeter of space, but the Mazarat, the circle or belt of the zodiac sign. Let me see if I can find an image. All right, here we are. So this is the great zodiacal circle that I think he's talking about. This is the Maserat. Y'all see all the zodiac signs there? This is the old path that the prophets talked about. I told my people to return to the old path, and they said, we will not. Y'all remember that? This is the old path. This is the Maserat. This is the Zoad, with the sun in the center, all right? Can y'all see the tie cross in that? Can y'all see the tie cross? The head of a bull, which is Taurus. All right, do you see why it says the sun fixed in the center is immovable? All right, and is protected by the cherubim. Do y'all see that? Which are the angles of light, which are embedded with energy and information, and that information are messages, okay? Which are remixed in religion as angels and messengers. All right, y'all? So let me go back to what I was originally looking at. So if you don't know astrology, you don't know what time it is, literally. You don't know nothing but nothing, right? Or like Jordan Maxwell said, I don't know nothing. All I know is Christ crucified and I love Jesus. And watch basketball games, watch football. That was funny. I don't know. I knew people like that, y'all, when I was coming up, when I was growing up, who talk like that. I want to find this for, I want to find this about God, the meaning of God for y'all. Let me see. Sometimes I get the urge to rewrite this book so that it's easy to read. Ah, here we are. Or at least this is part of it. No, this is not all of it. This is part of it, okay? Hold on. So this is part of it on page 77. 2 sevens. You can't make this stuff up. Look, this is what I'm going to go through. Y'all see that? Page 77. Y'all see the numerology here? Y'all think this is just coincidence? Come on. Second paragraph reads. Actually, it's the first paragraph. And the ancient Phoenician tongue, and in the ancient Phoenician tongue, which those first navigators to this country, so navigators, you already know they're talking about Moors, which we should also know as a people that When they talk about the Phoenicians, the ancient Phoenicians, that's the autochthonous Moors. Left as a relic of their superstition, he acquired the name of the Deus, D-E, or I should say Deus, D-E-U-C-E, whence the Romans borrowed their Latin word, Deus, D-U-E-S. So the Phoenicians, our ancestors had the word D-E-U-C-E. So that's the denotative word, right? That's the mother word. And then the Romans borrowed it and changed the spelling to D-U-E-S and paid us back the deity, D-E-I-T-Y. And this is the history, and this is the true history and origin of the devil. That's on page 77. 7 is universal harmony, completeness. You know what? Let me read this other paragraph for y'all. So here we are, y'all. Page 77. Do y'all see for yourself? Y'all read this? All right, so that's where the word deity comes from. The Phoenician Deus, spelled D-E-U-C-E. The Romans borrowed it. And in Latin, it became D-U-E-S. And then they used that to create what we now know today, which is deity, D-E-I-T-Y. And this is the true history and origin of the devil. Right? Deity what? God. Now, let's continue reading. I'm going to read the paragraph above this one. Now I'm going to go to page 76. 7 and 6 is 13, perfect rulership, right? So the religion, so Christianity, the religions, the solar religions would have perfect dominance, have you perfectly in bondage and a debtor status. In all varieties and modifications of the name of the serpent, the Hebrew, and this is going to be biblical Hebrew pronunciation, okay? Nakash, which means a serpent. In the Greek, it means a dragon or a snake or a basilic, the royal serpent. The radical idea is the attribute of a peculiar acuteness of sight. Page 77. And hence its reference to the all-seeing S-U-N sun, the all-seeing S-U-N sun, so addressed by Homer. And he gives it in the Greek and the English, the S-U-N sun, who sees and hears all things, which hath in Hebrew, saith St. John, his name Abaddon, A-B-A-D-D-O-N, which is, hold on, y'all. Ah, my text is smeared. Oh, that is. So that is, and now he's going to give us the radical. So this is a compound. Abaddon is a compound word made of three radicals. The first is ab, ab. The second is ad, ad, and then the third is on. So ab, ad, on. Literally means. So ab means the father. So for example, ab original initially meant the father, the original, or the original father. But that was what? Scandalized into aboriginal, meaning abnormal. The originals are abnormal. But in ancient times, ab meant the father, the original fathers, okay? In other words, the autochthonous men, the autochthonous Moors. So a man can be a man with a womb and a man without a womb. So ab, literally the father, ad, ad, add the Lord, on, on, the being. So we get ab, ad, on, literally means the Father, the Lord, the being. In Greek, it means, or it is, Apollyon rather. Apollyon, that is, or which means, or which is Apollo. Apollo. All right, then he gives the Greek, Apollo, and the adverse king. And the adverse king. So when you hear adverse, you should already be thinking what? Satan. And the adverse king in our own Greek testaments, which is a slight variation from the Hebrew Satan, Sathen, which first occurs in 1 Chronicles 21, verse 1. 1 Chronicles 21 plus 1. So 21 plus 1 is 22. You can't make this stuff up. 22. All right, so Chronicles, time, right? Chronicles, time. Verse 21, verse 1. Where are the words V-E, Yomed, Y-O-M-E-D, Shethanol, S-H-E-T-H-N. Let me repeat that. Shethan, S-H-E-T-H-N, O-O-L, Yesroel, Y-E-S. So you see the root, yes. You see the root, yes, that's the S-U-N, son, okay? Yesroel, Y-E-S-R-O-I-L-E, which is a direct repetition of 2 Samuel, chapter 24. In which this act of Satan is expressly attributed to Yahoo, thus proving that Jehovah and Satan, God and the devil, are really one and the self-same imaginary being. So let's look up these verses. Remember, God, I told y'all, God is a trick bag. The first verse is Chronicles. Chronicles 21, verse 2. And by the way, y'all, so 2 Samuel's 22, 24. 2 Samuel 22, chapter 24. 2 Samuel chapter 24. So 2 plus 24 is 26, right? 2 plus 6 is 8. Let me show y'all this. 2 plus 6 is 8. So let's look at the number 8. Look at the number 8. What if you cut a line down the middle? What if you put a line right in the center? Hold on. You put a line right in the center. Right down the center of the number 8. What do you get, y'all? You get 2 what? You get 2 3s. Right? You get 2 3s. So you get 33. And the 8 facing this way is what? Infinity. Okay? Oh. All right, so Chronicles. (21:1). I kind of miss teaching about the Bible verses. All right, Bible Hub, Chronicles 21, verse 1. New International Version. Satan rose up against Israel and incited David to take a census of Israel. Let's go to KJV, since a lot of our people only trust the KJV. And Satan stood up against Israel and provoked David to number Israel. Let me see. Amplified Bible. Satan, the adversary. Do y'all see that? The Greek word here means the adverse king. Let me show y'all. Can y'all see that? The Greek word here, where my finger is, and then the adverse king. Y'all take a look at that. So the Amplified Bible version gives a very good rendering, right, of that verse. And Satan, the adverse king. Amplified Bible. Satan, the adversary, stood up against Israel and incited David to count the population of Israel. So this is the Amplified version, which is, in my opinion, a better rendering. Hold on. Looking at this screen in reverse is confusing. My brain has to adjust to it. Y'all see that? All right, so Satan. It was Satan who caused David to take a census. Now, do y'all see it here? KJV. And Satan stood up against Israel and provoked David to number the people. Everybody see that? All right. Now let's go to, so again, it was Satan who caused David to take the census. Let's go to 2 Samuel now. 2 Samuel chapter 24. Hold on, y'all. Capital, whenever you see Lord in all capital letters, it means the tetragrammaton. So this is 2 Samuel chapter 24. Y'all see that? 2 Samuel chapter 24. Everybody see it? Everybody see it? 2 Samuel chapter 24. Coming right out the gate, in verse it says, and again, the anger of the Lord, capital L, capital O, capital R, capital D, that's the tetragrammaton, right, y'all? Strong's number 3068, Hebrews 3068. And again, the anger of the Lord, the anger of Jehovah, the anger of Yahweh, the anger of Yahoo, the anger of Yahuwah was kindled against Israel. And he, that is Yahuwah, Yahweh, Yahoo, Jehovah, however you want to pronounce it, and he moved David against them is Israel, to say, go number Israel and Judah. Go count the population of the Israelites. Go take a census of Israel. There you are, read it, please. Oops. Pause the video on the replay, y'all. Make sure you read this. Make sure you understand it. So now here, Jehovah and Satan are attributed to doing the same action, which was what? Taking a census of the people, counting the population of the Israelites. So Jehovah is Satan. Whether you like it or not. As a matter of fact, let me look this up in the Bible Hub, 2 Samuel 21:1. Give me 1 second, y'all. One second. Here we are, Legacy Standard Bible. And there was a famine in those days of David, for 3 years, year after year. And David sought the presence of Yahweh. Am I in the wrong place? I'm in the wrong, what? Hold on. Oh, I'm in the wrong verse, y'all. Sorry about that, hold on. Let me go back. Man, these mosquitoes, boy, it's rough. Okay, 2 Samuel 24, I was in 21. So 24:1. So I'm at the Bible Hub, 2 Samuel, as y'all can see. 2 Samuel 24 and verse 1. So I'm looking for a verse that doesn't use capital L, capital O, capital R, capital D, but uses the divine name. So here we are in the Legacy Bible. And again, the anger of Yahweh burned against Israel. And it, not he, and it incited David against them to say, go number Israel and Judah. Go count the population of Israel and Judah. Go take a census of Israel and Judah. And there you see the Legacy Bible. Y'all see that? It says Yahweh. All right, y'all? Now, if you never saw this, guess why? Because Christ put a curse on you. The historical Jesus cursed you. So when I say the historical Jesus, I'm talking about the scribes who edited the text, the preachers, reverends, mores, moshes, generals, pastors, and what did I miss, y'all? All of these ecclesiastical leaders who taught you things that are not true. Who did what, y'all? Who blinded you. So the God spell, according to Jesus, uncouples your eyes from your mind. So you have eyes to see, but you cannot perceive. So you never perceive that Yahweh, that Yahuwah, that Yahoo is the devil. You never perceive that Jehovah is the devil. Y'all probably read these scriptures 150 times or 1,000,000 times in your life and never noticed that, right? Because you're under the God spell. So the American Standard Version reads, "And again the anger of Jehovah was kindled against Israel, and he moved David against them. He moved David against the Israelites, saying, Go, number Israel and Judah. Go, take a census of Israel and Judah. Go, count the population of Israel and Judah." There it is. All right. Let me give y'all one more verse. Maybe this will help you maybe this will help you even more. If I can find it. Ezekiel 1. Ezekiel 1. Let's go to KJV. See if I remember the verse. Let me see if I can do a Google a search, y'all. Hold on. A search in the text. All right. So Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 7. Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 7. I'm going to read this and then I'll discuss it. And their feet were straight feet, and the sole of their feet was the sole of a calf's foot. Now, y'all, this is Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 7. Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 7. All right? And out of, verse 5, and out of the mist thereof came the likeness of 4 living creatures. And this was their appearance. They had the likeness of a man, Aquarius. And every one of them had 4 faces. And every one had 4 wings. And their feet were straight feet, and I already read that. All right? Hold on. Verse 10. Verse 10. As for the likeness of their faces, they had four. I'm sorry, wait a minute. They four had the face of a man. That's Aquarius. On the right side, and they four had the face of an ox. That's the face of a bull. That's Taurus. And on the left side, they four had the face of an eagle. That's Scorpio. Scorpio used to be represented by an eagle. Thus were their faces, and their wings were stretched upward. And then he continues. Okay, so he just described the what? The Tau. The Greeks called the Tau. The head of a bull or an ox, that's Taurus. The head of a lion, which is Leo, the lion. The head of the scorpion, the head of Scorpio, which at that time was represented by an eagle. And then the head of a man, which is Aquarius. All right, this is the Tau cross. And this is why our ancestors, the ancient Hermetic, okay, they would pose in this position. This is a celestial position, right? And then we are the sun fixed in the center. Remember I showed you all the Maserat? Okay, the Zoad, the old path. Remember that? The sun was in the center, fixed, immovable, surrounded by the cherubim. Okay, y'all? But let's go back to my point. Number 7, verse 7. And their feet were straight feet, and the sole of their feet was like the sole of a calf's foot. Now, who has cloven feet? Who has cloven feet? Does God have cloven feet, y'all? Does Yahweh have cloven feet? Who has cloven feet? All right. If you have cloven feet, that means you're cloven-footed, right? You're cloven-footed. Cloven feet. Let me ask you, who has cloven feet, the devil or God the Father, according to religious doctrine? Huh? Well, let's look at some images. All right. Y'all know the answer is the devil, right? The devil is cloven-footed, right? The devil is always represented as cloven-footed. Take a look at his feet. Cloven-footed devil. In religion, of course, I'm talking about religion, right? I'm not talking about nature or astrology. Because of course, a bull, of course, an ox has cloven feet. But that's remixed into a fictitious person called the devil who's out to get you. Right? Who's an adversary of God. Both fictitious creatures. So God, Jehovah, in religion, Yahweh, Yahuwah, are one and the same person, a devil. Here's another cloven foot devil. Okay, you Hebrew Israelites and you Christians, you see what you're doing to yourself when you're praying to God? You see how you've been played and made a fool out of in religion? You understand why you always take one step forward and 2 or 3 backward? Because you're praying to the devil. These foreign gods, this Christian God that your ancestors knew nothing about. All right, so you are invoking problems into your life. Well, here's another picture of a cloven-footed devil. Look at the feet. Cloven-footed devil. Every time you pray to God, every time you pray to Jehovah, Yahweh, Yahuwah, Yahoo, this is who you're praying to. This is your God, O Israel. And this is what got you and our ancestors put into the punishment, which is the curses, right, y'all? So let's see if we can get an even better image. All right, so this is what your religious leaders have tricked you into worshiping. All right, take a look. Y'all see his cloven feet? See he got that baby? Got the baby. Why? He's got the baby's mind. Because we as parents indoctrinated them into religion, Islam and Christianity, and that's all they know. Right? That's all they know. Okay? And here is Baal, the god Baal. Look at him. He's got your child. He's got your children. He's got your babies. He's got your heirs. Strong's number, Hebrews, H. Okay, Hebrews, H. Strong's number, H1180. Will tell you that Baali is a symbolical name for Jehovah. All right, y'all? Baali is a symbolical name for Jehovah. Cloven-footed devil. Right? Everybody knows that a calf, a cow, an ox has cloven feet. So here's Baali, which is Taurus, the zodiac sign Taurus, in nature. And the sun is in Taurus. That's what you see, the circle between the horns, that's the sun. This is simply natural phenomena. The zodiacal age of Taurus. This is why in Hindustan, modern day India, they still hold the cow to be sacred. That's when springtime began in the constellation Taurus. All of this natural phenomena was remixed into religion. And now they got you scared of the devil, scared of God the Father. But both are one and the same devil. Page 77, Universal Harmony, page 77. Y'all go read this again. Let me put it on the screen for y'all, and then we're going to move on. Y'all see why Virgo is so important? So pause this on a replay, y'all, and read this and look these scriptures up yourself. All right? Free yourself. Free yourself. All right? Look at those verses. So Satan is Yahuwah, Satan is Yahweh, Satan is Jehovah. All right? Satan is Deus, Satan is Deus, Satan is deity. In religion, I'm talking religion. I'm not talking nature and natural phenomena. I'm talking about the remix of natural phenomena and nature into something that is terrible, horrible, religious doctrine. Made up names, fraudulent characters who never existed, never walked on earth, never breathed. They're non-existent. But they were created by the Catholic Church to scare you to death. To scare you into worshiping Jehovah, Yahweh, Yahuwah. And to scare you, to push you in that direction by making you afraid, scaring you to death of going to burn in hell. All right? So they got you coming and going. All right, y'all? He continues, page 77. Now, sirs, be it your mind to pretend this magical incantation, that's the God spell, and in a moment will I confirm my title of the devil's chaplain. Right? They gave him the title of devil's chaplain to make people afraid to listen to him. There's no devil. Devil is the same God they're praying to. Y'all see the manipulation? By calling up my master, he's talking about the devil, to ratify my credentials. Okay? Now, of course, he's being facetious, right? What? Oh, Satan, Beelzebub, Baal, I just showed y'all a picture of Baal, Peor. Peor is a location. Belial, Lucifer, Abaddon, Apollyon, the king of the bottomless pit, though king of scorpions, having stings in their tails, coming out of Revelation, to whom it is given to hurt the earth for 5 months, appeared. Now he's touching the celestial globe. So he knows that all of this religious doctrine is a remix of celestial or natural phenomena. He ain't scared. He knows the game. Well, he appears, and behold, Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light. Yes, Satan transforms into Jehovah. All right? He who was in the bottomless pit, but anon, by this semi-rotation of the globe, the representation of the earth's half circuit round the Escheat sun, is now become Lord of the ascendant and appears in the zenith, quote unquote, and no marvel, says the cloven-tongued, it's a snake, right? A liar. Says the cloven-tongued and double-meaning magician or magistrate. Y'all know when you go in these de facto courts, those are synagogues. Synagogues of Satan. Synagogues of deceivers. And their whole objective is to get you to give yourself voluntarily, by your consent, even if you're not aware of it, for you to consent to being the living sacrifice of that straw man, that nam de gear. Okay? In other words, birthright theft. Okay? So, fork, a cloven tongue, and double meaning magicians, okay, legalese, right? The apostolic, or also with the ecclesiastical class, preachers and, etc. The apostolic chief of sinners. And no marvel indeed, for these transformations of Satan into Christ and Christ back into Satan are as natural and as regular as the succession of summer and winter, day and night. What is he talking about? The summer solstice, which is the higher self, which is what occurs every year, forever, ever, and forever, ever. Every year on or around June 22nd. So Christ, okay, the S-U-N Son takes on the title of Christ, right? But remember now, the S-U-N Son is actually the same as the S-O-N Son. So that's man in his higher self. Okay, now, the Hermetic Law of Opposites, or the Great Law of Opposites, which is the Hermetic Law of Polarity. So draw a straight line down from the sun being in its highest point in the northern part of space, going down to its lowest part of space in the southern hemisphere in the south. So now we have the same line. Okay, the law of polarity, the Hermetic law of polarity, the great law of opposites. We're at the winter solstice. And winter is dominated by nighttime. December 22nd is the winter solstice, the day that has the fewest number of daylight hours and the greatest number or maximum number of nighttime hours, which is the exact opposite of the summer solstice, which is the day of the year that has the maximum number of daylight hours and the least number of nighttime hours. So in ancient Ibaryath, this concept of extreme opposites is called Satan. And because the winter solstice because the winter solstice, December 22nd, is at the extreme opposite end of the same line as the summer solstice, which is the Christ, the higher self. So they are on opposing, extreme opposite, opposing ends of the same line. Therefore, opposing, opposites, adversary. So Satan is the adversary of Christ. But they're one and the self-same person. Why? Because it's on one and the self-same line. Y'all see that? Geometry. You draw a line from the winter solstice to the summer solstice, okay? You draw a line, geometry. So winter solstice, winter is ruled by darkness. People do evil things, wicked things, evil things in the dark. So take the D off of dark, prefix it to evil, put it in front of evil, you get devil. Now apply the concept of opposites, the Hermetic law of polarity, the great law of opposites, and you get what? The Hebrew or ancient Ibaryath meaning of the word. Opposites, opposer, adversary. Satan. Satan, the opposer of God. And God is a trinity in most religions, right? So the Father and the Son are one. If you've seen the Father, you've seen the Son. Y'all see? So, therefore, Satan and God, who is Jehovah, Yahweh, Yahoo, etc., are one and the same person, and it was just demonstrated to you. All right? With Chronicles chapter 21, verse 1. There you got your 20, you got your 22. Right? 2 Samuel, verse 24. It's actually verse 1, right? 2 Samuel, but he wants you to read the whole chapter. That's why he has 2 Samuel chapter 24. All right, but he only writes 2 Samuel chapter 24. So 2 plus 24 is, what did I say? 2 plus 24 is 26. 2 plus 6 is 8. 2 plus 6 is 8. Put a line, cut an 8 in half, and you get what? You get 2 3s, 33. But what else? Let me see. 2 plus 24 is 26, right? And 6 is 2 3s, right? 2 3s or 2 times 3. All right, y'all. Y'all see the way the numbers, if you have some familiarity with numbers or numerology, we see that they have meaning and that they are signposts, from what I can see, to those who know. All right? So they are embedded with information, encoded with information. Page 77, Universal Harmony. All right? So, if you know that God and Jehovah are the self-same person, I'm sorry, God, Jehovah, and the devil, they're one and the same. If you know they're fictitious people, you don't got nothing to worry about, right? The gospel is not going to affect you. All right, so let's see. Let's go back to, I really want to find the other part. Let's see, we're almost 3 hours in. So I'm gonna page 73, okay, which is 7 plus 3 is 10. So 10 actually minus 1 is 9. Go back to CM Bay and you can find out why. It talks about here God has cloven feet. God is cloven footed. All right. But as a mistake in the matter which concerns your souls, soul is a term the Catholic Church made up. All right, souls, S-O-U-L, which they made it up. It's a corruption of soul, S-O-L, in Latin, which means S-U-N. And of course, S-U-N is S-O-N. But soul is also what? S-O-L-E-S. Souls, or what? Soul, S-O-L-E, like the sole of your foot. But as a mistake in a matter which concerns your souls, and he spells it S-O-L-E-S, may be a very serious matter at the last. To the law and to the testimony. This is a serious matter. To the law and the testimony. And judge for yourself whether the cloven foot be my master, talking about the devil, or yours. In other words, you're worshiping Yahoo, Jehovah, Yahweh, but yet you're calling me the chaplain of the devil, when in fact you're worshiping the devil. Y'all see it? When your prophet Ezekiel, describing the person of God, capital G-O-D, himself says that, quote unquote, his legs were straight legs, but the sole, S-O-L-E, of his foot was the S-O-L-E of a calf's foot. And in Dr. Parkhurst's Hebrew and Greek lexicons, may you see the cherubim of glory shadowing the seat, the mercy seat rather, of Yahoo. Yahoo is Yahweh, y'all, or Jehovah, Yahuwah, with 4 heads apiece, but only 1 leg. And y'all know 1 means yes, and yes is what? The Yeshuan Son, who therefore is what? The Father and the Son, Jesus, okay, and Jehovah. Got 1 leg, that's a 1. All heavenly minded creatures, being as headstrong as you please, but devilish, weak I, letter I, and then T-H, understanding. But, and if a cloven foot were such disparagement, what say ye to your own apostles with their cloven tongues, of which the only conceivable use must have been to speak double? Okay? Double speak is lies, deception. to say one thing and mean another, of which I heard my honorable master say in the language of pandemonium, and I'm going to read the English. The man who one thing thinks and can another tell, that means deceives someone, lies to them. My soul, my soul, soul abhors him as the gates of hell. I got to keep going. I like this. Your master, that's Jehovah, right? Yahweh, Yahuwah. Your master could indeed bestow the gift of tongues. Yeah, double tongues. And your clergy have it most copiously. Big time liars, deceivers, magicians, black arts practitioners. But mine alone could serve up to the tongue with brain sauce to it. But if you be not satisfied with my ministry, the ministry of astrotheology, telling you the truth, as the ambassador of his satanic majesty, that y'all accused the author of, right? I'll fetch my master for himself. By process of magical incantation, I will raise the devil. Raise the devil meaning what? He's going to raise the devil. He's going to show you in full light who the devil is. And the devil is Jehovah and Yahweh. They're one and the same person. This is what he showed you. Okay, we already went through it. This is page 74 now. And you shall take his measure for a pair of shoes. Yeah, to hide your cloven foot. All right. Anyway, let me let that go. I wanna find I want to find I want to find about the Dios and Dios, more on that, so I can share that with you in a time that we have. I think I'm in the right chapter, actually. Nope. Where did I specifically remember making margin notes and going over that. I will find it. If I don't find it now, I'll come back and share it with y'all. I really enjoyed this book. This is a great book, y'all. This is a book you open it up and you can't put it down. Maybe I'm close. Am I close? Be patient, everyone, please. Okay, so maybe it's further in the back of the book. Yeah, it's further in the back of the book. You know, the good thing about this whole thing is that I think astrotheology, not everybody's ready for it. Only certain people will sit through these lessons, right? Only certain people will sit through them, and I think that's a good thing. I'm sure it's not on the lectures on Freemasonry. Oh, here it is. Do I have it? Yeah, here it is. All right. Yeah, this is it. Okay, I found it. Is that all the way in the back instead of all the way in the front? All right, y'all. All right. So this is in this is page. We're going to begin, I think, on page 321. 3 plus 2 is 5 plus 1 is 6. We've been dealing with 3, 6, and 9s all day. Well, we had some 7s too, right? Universal harmony. Did y'all notice that? Okay, so this is the sermon on St. Matthew, the lecture on St. Matthew. Okay, y'all? Matthew chapter 4, verse 2. You can't make this up. Oh, okay, my bad, y'all. Matthew chapter 9, verse 2. So 9, right, is 3. 9 reduces down to 3, right? 9 is 3. But what else? 9 plus 2 is 11. And what's 11? The 2 pillars, right? So you got 11, you got 11, 2 1s, right? Well, 11, 22, 33. Uh-oh. All right. So 11, 1, 1, 2, 2, and 3, 3. All right, y'all. So wait a minute. How much time? Hold on, y'all. I don't know the time. Hold on. How much battery life do I don't know how much battery life I have. So let's see. Why is my text? Adrana writes, Assalamu alaikum, Adrana. Assalamu alaikum, Shalom, Dr. Yasapa. Good to see you here. Good to see you. Okay, y'all? So a man named Matthew. So Matthew is actually a compound word. Mat and Thu. And this is very significant. The whole chapter was written on that, okay? So here we go. So I'm going to start on page 321, all right? So here we are. With as much reason might they fix on any other name introduced in the course of the gospel as the name of its author, as that of the man named Matthew. So they emphasize this Matthew, right? That's what he just said. As I might fix on the name of Beelzebub, which occurs in this gospel, in the Gospel of Matthew, and call it the gospel according to Beelzebub, which, quote unquote, they upon the adverse faction, adversity or opposite, right? Satan, okay, we just discussed it. Where are we? Oh, okay, all right. Which, quote unquote, they upon the adverse faction would find as much labor to disprove as ever they could impose on us to prove it was not the composition of their runaway custom house officer. So if I remember correctly, when I researched that, a custom house officer, these would be people who are collecting the tax, if I remember correctly. Neither is the term which our English renders a man. So they are rendering a word in Matthew as man. Okay, neither is the term which our English, so the scribes, renders as, quote unquote, a man in the phrase, and here we are in the phrase, a man named Matthew, M-A-T, and then Thew, T-H-E-W, and then he gives the Greek that they render that from, all right, which would have been literally a man. It's just literally a man, and which is the term invariably used when nothing more than an ordinary and proper man is intended. So it's just an ordinary man. There's no signification. There's no special usage. You just use it when you're talking about a man in general. That's what he's saying. Just a man. All right? But it is, and then he gives the Greek, which is the figurative and complementary term for, quote unquote, a man, literally signifying something whose face is upward, a looker up. Like that, y'all, okay? Do I mean then to question whether a man named Matthew was really a man? In other words, did he really exist? Did he ever live? I answer yes. So he's questioning whether or not Matthew actually ever lived. That's exactly what I mean to question. And for this reason, because there is nothing in evidence to show that Matthew might have been a horse. And none but a fool would ever go before his horse to market. To all galloping and never gulping, to all gulping, you just swallow anything. Pastor says it, you swallow it. And never chewing Christians who, while they treat the Holy Scriptures with the utmost contempt and indifference themselves. Well, how? Because they don't know anything about it. They refuse to learn anything about the book. Call us blasphemers for showing them a higher respect than they know how to show. This might appear as mere badinage and the starting a difficult, and the starting a difficulty and doubt as to whether so simple a phrase as a man named Matthew, that's the phrase, really means, or literally means, truthfully means, quote unquote, a man named Matthew. Might look like chicaning rather than reasoning, might look like a bunch of SHIT, BS. So in other words, the author is saying that you good Christians, you don't know anything. You don't know what the books say. All you know is what the pastor or your general, Moreh Moshe, rabbi, said. You don't study language. You don't study the ancient Hebrew or the Greek. In general, you just accept whatever's told to you. But when somebody like this author, the Reverend Robert Taylor, or someone like me, comes along and presents to you the truth from a academic point of view, okay? In other words, a knowledge of the language, a knowledge of linguistics, you call him a devil, a blasphemer. This is what the author is saying, all right? Now, let's continue. But not so fast, you Christians and Hebrew Israelites. The grounds and reasons for that doubt are the very strongest, on whichever doubt was found. Okay, well, let's hear the evidence. I'm ready. For who could have a right to be absolutely sure that a man means a man in the language of that mysterious book in which he is obligated to admit that the S-O-N Son of Man does not mean the S-O-N Son of a Man. All right, that article is in there. You're obligated to admit the Son of Man does not mean the son of a man. See, the very different. Son of Man in the Christian dogma means son of God. But the son of a man means you're just a man, like everybody else, okay? In the Christian doctrine. Okay, in the Christian doctrine. Now he continues. All right? So all you Christians are obligated by your doctrine to admit that the Son of Man does not mean the son of a man, Christ being always, and then he gives the Greek, and never, he gives the Greek, that is, or which means always, Christ being always called the Son of Man in the figurative term for man, never the Son of Man in the literal one, or the literal sense, okay? As most certainly, in that sense, he was never the son of a man. So let's continue. But not only was the Son of Man not the Son of Man, but the Son of Man was not a man at all. The Holy Scriptures most emphatically admonishes us that he who was only, quote unquote, found in fashion as a man. Philip chapter 2, verse 8. 10 is actually 9. C.M. Bay tells us that. So there we go back to 3, 6, and 9. That only being one of his fashionings which very soon went out of fashion, as in Matthew chapter 15, verse 13. 15, verse 13. That takes you to 28 and 10 and back to 9 again. You will find that, quote unquote, when he was come into the coast of Caesarea. I want to stop there. I want to skip down to the next paragraph. This is where I want to be. It is evident upon this solution that the word man is synonymous with capital G, capital O, capital D. The word man is synonymous with God. The man named Matt, M-A-T, Thu, T-H-E-W, may therefore mean the God named Matt, Thu. The God named Matt, Thu. And this is the only proof that the clergy themselves could ever adduce for calling the word of Matt, Thu, the word of God. For Matthew is not one word, as it is deceitfully represented to be. But Matthew is two words, Matt and Thu, a compound word, okay? A compound word. Matthew is actually a compound word. They deceived you. They deceived you, is what the author is saying. Now, let's continue. For Matthew is not one word, as it is deceitfully represented to be, but two words, and two of entirely distinct significancy. Y'all got that? Two different words, and they have two different importances, if that's a word. Matt being the individual name, and Thu, the family name. How about that? That's like if your name is Joe Smith, write your first name, your given name, Joe, surname, last name, Smith. But yet someone tells people your name is Joe Smith. Oh, that's Joe Smith. One name, like that's your first name. Let's continue. Let's continue. So that whatever the mat means, we may wipe our feet upon the mat. But the Thu betrays to us that, quote unquote, the man named Matt Thu most certainly was no man at all. And here we go. Here we go. Thu, T-H-E-U-T-H, being the name of the Christ, of the chief rather, or supreme God of the Egyptians. From the Egyptian word Thuth, T-H-E-U-T-H, dropping the cocophony produced by a repetition of O or TH at the end, which is pedagogic, teaching merely, as the word so variously spelt. The Greeks formed their name for the supreme capital G-O-D, O. Here it is, Theos, T-H-E-O-S, which is the basis of the English words theology and theological. In the Doric dialect of the Greek, Doric, D-O-R-I-C, in the Doric dialect of the Greek, this theos, T-H-E-O-S, would be spelled and written theos, T-H-A-I-O-S, which is precisely the word added to the word mat. M-A-T. In the Mattheos, T-H-A-I-O-S, of the Greek Testament. Y'all got that? Boy, he's telling it all here. He's telling it all. In the Iliac dialect of the Greek, which was the basis of the Latin tongue. All right? Theos, T-H-E-O-S, became Deus, or Deus, or Deus, D-E-U-S, that we just talked about, right, in this class. As in our English coinage, Deus, D-E-U-S, is the sum of all we have to say about the deity, D-E-I-T-Y. Plato, in his treatise named Philebus, mentions Theo, T-H-E-U-T-H, the supreme god of Egypt. He was looked upon as a great benefactor and the first cultivator of wine. Wait a minute, the first cultivator of wine, that's Butes. That's Virgo and her husbandman, Butes, whose job was what? Wine cultivation. He was in charge of the wine making process, all right? Let's continue. So Theos, T-H-E-U-T-H, the supreme god of Egypt, he was looked upon as a great benefactor and the first cultivator of the vine, as is expressed in that pretty hexameter. And here we go. He gives it in Greece. The English means Thoth. Thoth. The Egyptian deity Thoth, who's known for having his stylist and writing table, who was given 40,000 volumes of law from the gods. All right? From the gods. Okay, and then we have the Bible story of Moses, who is given the law on tablets, Thoth and his stylist, and the writing table. Moses, God wrote the law with his finger. Remember the whole story? And the law was written on tablets. Y'all get it? Thought, first thought. Thought is a function of the mind. The first Hermetic law, all is mind. Thought. Thought first. Thought, the deity thought, first thought how to apply the pruning knife to the vine branch. Y'all see mother and son? Mother and husband, rather. Right? Virgo is married to, Butes is next to Virgo. So therefore, the mother Mary is married to Joseph, who is a husbandman. Y'all see it? And Butes is responsible for vintage, or the wine making process, from agriculture to harvesting and making the wine. Y'all see it? And what? Thought is a function of the mind. All is mind, the first Hermetic law. Thought, the stylist. And we get the law from where? Consciousness. Y'all see it? Thought first taught how to apply the pruning knife to the vine branch. He was supposed to have invented letters. Yeah, he's got a stylist. And that's been perverted into what? The magic wand made of Hollywood. Jeremiah 8, verse 8, the scribes wrote lies into the law. If so, he that is thought certainly invented the two best inventions that were ever invented. That is to say, good learning, education, proper education, of which I have enough, says the author, and good drinking, all right, sweet wine, of which I have not had enough. Suidas calls him Theus, Theus, and says that he was the same as Ares. You already know that's Aries. Ares, and Thoth is what? The messenger. Therefore, the Messiah. The messenger between the gods and man. The messenger between what? Consciousness and man. All right? Rays of light embedded with energy and information. Messengers, angles of light, angels, remixed, scandalized into gods, demons, and devils. Aries, which was the name of the god Mars, from which our English word for the rough and blustering month of March, and the Latin name Aries, the ram. So that there is nothing knowing whether the man named Matthew may not turn out to be a beast at last, right? A ram. All right, y'all. So let me show y'all this. Page 22. Okay, so y'all go back and read this yourself. Page 322. Okay, 3 plus 2 is 5, plus 2 is 7. All right, and then 23, page 323. 3 plus 2 is 5, plus 3 is 8. Draw a line down the 8, and you get 2 3s, 33. So here is page 322. All right, y'all pause this on a replay and read it yourself. All right, so you see what a trick bag it is when you start talking about God, praying to God. Not knowing that you're God. You're the manifestation of consciousness. Your thought made manifest from the soil. And here you are praying to some made up deity that never existed. Now do you see why you were punished and cursed? Disrespecting yourself and disrespecting your ancient foremothers and forefathers, seeking after these foreign gods who our ancestors never knew. And guess what? We are our ancestors. Now do y'all see why this is the reason why the book of the law said we got kicked out of the promised land? Out of all the commandments, it's this one. Worshiping other gods that got us kicked out. In other words, not knowing yourself. Not knowing yourself, right? You are thought made manifest from the soil, clothed in flesh. This is why, again, Noble Darrell-El said, know yourself, right? I'm paraphrasing, study yourself, and when you get finished, study yourself some more, right? Study yourself some more. If I could just get you to think more, you would save yourself. Right? I'm just trying, I'm paraphrasing Noble Darrell-El. Be yourself. Be yourself. Now you know who you are, right? You are thought, which is a function of the mind, which is the first Hermetic law, and the other 6 Hermetic laws emanate from the mind. All is mind. The universe exists in the mind of the all. Y'all see it? Y'all see it? So we are thought made manifest from the soil. Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. Okay? With the physical limitations that go along with a fleshly body. but with a powerful mind that no one can tell you or force you to think anything unless you allow them to, right? And when you speak, when the more speaks, quote unquote, God has spoken. Consciousness has expressed itself, right? Through what? Through an invocation. Through your mouth, through your voice box. And the word of God shall not come back without what? Without results. All right? So, this is why it is a well-established principle in law. It is a maximum of law that land is the substance and subject matter of the law, and land in law is synonymous with mores. So mores and law are the same thing. Of course, it has to be, right? Because we're thought made manifest from the land. But even before that, land is produced by what? Consciousness. Consciousness. Right? The physical world is nothing more than the subconscious energy, or the conscious energy, consciousness, vibrating at a slower vibration, such that it forms matter. All right? So the earth is consciousness. We are consciousness. And we're consciousness. We are thought, function of the mind, clothed or made manifest from the soil. Therefore, mores are the substance and subject matter of the law. So when the Moor speaks, the Moor is speaking law. Therefore, Moor is the landlord, right? In her inheritance, in her terrestrial, the earth. Y'all see it? So we are the rightful heirs of all land, all resources, be it human, if you heard me, mineral. Okay, y'all? Gas, air, solar energy, cosmic, whatever. And commerce and contracts. We're the rightful heirs. And if I had battery life, I would go into that and I would show y'all. Maybe I'll do that on the next video. My battery is about to go out. Oh yeah, I made it a point. Adverse claim, I got this from enforcetheconstitution.org. Affidavit of fact, adverse claim to title, and reversion of ancestral estate. Let's go into it. All right. So y'all take a look at that. You can download this on enforcetheconstitution.org. So let's look at the practical application and how we save ourselves through our heritage. All right, here we go. This case was this affidavit was a fact. It appears. Well, I can't really see. The printer didn't do a good job on this. It looks like September 9th, 2000 and something. I really can't tell. But anyway, let's keep going. Affidavit of fact, adverse claim of title, and reversion of ancestral estate. Well, it's your ancestral estate because you are orthogonous Moor. You are thought made manifest from the soil, okay? The rightful heir. So this was put in the records of, where's the court? Hold on. Oh, no, not in the court. This case, this was sent to Caliber Home Loans, Inc. in Texas, okay? Texas Republic. Okay. Here we go. Or should I start with stare decisis? Well, I'll start with stare decisis, okay? I'm going to start with RE. Misrepresented instrument, so this must have been a bill, right? For the mortgage. Bill of attainder, foreign bill of exchange, titled mortgage statement regarding account number I'm not going to show the account number, and my inherited ancestral estate in reversion known as, okay, and then it gives the corporate, it gives the well, it says welcome Maryland Republic. All right, now let's do the stare decisis. I hope the battery continues. Quote unquote, a state cannot refuse to give foreign nationals, Moors are foreign to the U.S. corporation and foreign to hybrid troglodyte niggers, the Neanderthal, the Paleolithic caveman, the genetic engineering product of Yaqub and his 12 feminine Moabite scientists who created the Neanderthal. All right, y'all? We are foreign to them, not of the same bloodline. That's what he means. That's what it means. All right? Their father is a chimpanzee, the black one, okay? A state cannot refuse to give foreign nationals their treaty rights because of fear that valid international agreements might possibly not work completely to the satisfaction of state authorities. These valid international agreements are active treaties which our ancestors left for us. The Treaty of Peace and Friendship between the Moroccan Empire, that's our nationality, and the United States of North America, or the foreign United States of North America. Okay, y'all? Under the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution of the United States, Article 5, Clause 2. 5 and 2 is 7. Universal harmony, right? Universal harmony, 7. 5 and 2 is 7. Policies as to the rights of aliens to inherit, there it is. Inherit, must give way to overriding federal treaties and conflicting arrangements. It means that those of you who are working for these corporations and state government, doesn't matter what you think, doesn't matter what you feel, doesn't matter what you believe, doesn't matter what you want. The Supremacy Clause says that treaty and constitution are the supreme law of the land, and you need to step back. You need to step back, all right, and enforce, oh, it's raining, and enforce the Constitution and the treaty, all right? So this says here, see Colovrat, Colovrat versus Oregon, 366. 366. Y'all know the 3 reduces to 6. The 6 reduces to 3, right? So 366, S 187. So 15. So 1 plus 8 is 9. Plus 7. Plus 7 is 16, right, y'all? Plus 7 is 16. So now you got 1 plus 6, which is 7. Takes us back to 7. All right, y'all? And then 194. So 1 plus 9 is 10. Plus 4 is 14. That gives you 2 7s. 81. S dot CT. So 81. 8 plus 1 is 9. That takes you back to 3. And then S dot CT. 922. So 9 plus 2 is 11, plus 2 is 13. Perfect rulership. Y'all see this? And then 1961. So what? Let's do 19. 1961 is in parentheses. That's the year. So 1 plus 9 is 10. Plus 6 is 16. Plus 1 is 17, so 17 is 1 plus 8. Cut the 8 in half directly in the middle, you get 2 3s. We've been dealing, y'all. Y'all see this the whole lesson all day, right? Now, let's continue. This is the Moor speaking. I, Brian David Bell Bay, sui juris, an Aboriginal. Remember, ab means father. The original father, an original father, an indigenous Moorish American sovereign national of the Moroccan Empire at Maghreb al-Aqsa, northwest of Mexam, North America, being of legal age, after being duly affirmed according to law, hereby dispose and state the following. 1, I am. Now remember, 1, y'all, means what? Means the S-U and sun. 1 means yes. Yes means the sun. I am. I am is the sun, the S-U-N sun, which is the S-O-N sun. I am one of the surviving consanguinity heirs. I'm in the bloodline. I'm sprung from the soil. I'm a Moor, a lawful Moor, rightful heir, a parent of the late ancient Moabites, modernly known as Moroccans, from the land of Moab, who received permission from the pharaohs of Kemet to settle and inhabit northwest Africa, Amexem. They were the founders and are the true possessors, true owners, possessors of the present Moroccan Empire. See, present Moroccan Empire. Moroccan Empire is still here. Ain't going nowhere. It can't go anywhere, right? We are who our ancient foremothers and forefathers were. And in fact, we are them. With their Canaanite, Hittite, and Amorite brethren who sojourned from the land of Canaan, seeking new homes. So he's getting this out of circle 7, right? Their dominion and inhabitation extended from northeast and southwest Africa across the Great Atlantis, even into the present North, South, and Central America, and also Mexico and the Atlantis Islands, before the great earthquake which caused the Great Atlantic Ocean. So this could have been what? Pangea, okay, when the whole earth was paradise. All right, and we were living our lives according to the circumpolar zodiacal projection. 2, my nationality, citizenship, and political status as an Aboriginal, indigenous, Moorish American sovereign national. See, thought, y'all see it? Thought made manifest from the land. Thought, the function of the mind. The first Hermetic law. Y'all see it? You are the law. All right? So, again, my nationality, citizenship, and political status as an Aboriginal, indigenous, Moorish American, sovereign national of the Moroccan Empire and direct descendant of the ancient Moabites. And direct descendant of the ancient Moabites, who are Moroccans, by just sanguineous right of blood. So the heir, right, is recognized under registration number, and this is taking us back to C and Bay. Okay, AA 222141. And there you go, those 2 2s again. What does this add up to? 2 plus 2 is 4, plus 2 is 6, plus 1 is 7, plus 4 is 11, plus 1 is 12. Did I get that right, y'all? Yeah, 66222, 246, and then 1 plus 4 is 5, plus 1 is 6. 6. There we go. And then back to 12. And then 1 plus 2 is 3. Class A, With the Clock of Destiny, that would be volume 1 and 2. Moorish American National Identification Card. See, this is all what CM Bay gave us, right? And who got it from Prophet Noble Drew Ali? And My Kin by Consanguine on September 10th, 1952 in the library. I missed something. Oh, no, I missed something yet. Okay, so National Identification Card and Zodiac Constitution, recorded by Charles Mosley Bay, a Moorish American, and My Kin by Consanguine. This is my kinfolk by blood. On September 10th, 1952, in the Library of Congress, Copyright Office, Washington, District of Columbia, and the United States Department of Justice. He just established his status, his political allegiance, and the fact that he is the heir to all the land, all the resources, all the commerce, and all the contracts, everything, right? By natural law. Okay? 3. My Moabite ancestors died intestate and was vested with reversionary interest in the lands and resources of the Moroccan Empire. In other words, I want my stuff back. Y'all been holding my ancestors' land and resources because there was no rightful heir. And y'all been holding them according to the treaty, right? Which article is it? If I have time, I'm going to show you the article. Okay? It's the article that talks about if no will shall be apparent. So here is intestate. There's no will. There's no heir. Why? Because y'all calling yourself Negro, black, colored, Latino, and every other brand you can think of in the book. So there's no heir. By your own admission. You what? You cut the bloodline. Then the effects, the property, shall be held by someone. I don't remember if the wording is a responsible person or trustworthy person. Okay? That's the article in the Treaty of Peace and Friendship 1836 that I mentioned earlier. All right? So he continues, which is in de facto occupational use and user function. They're living off of your stuff because you're not present. You're civilly dead. You have no nationality, right? By the foreign hybrid European colonists, exercising feudal law practices under color of law as citizens, members, beneficiaries of the corporate United States. All right? Under the expired 50-year mandate, this is what I used to wonder for years, what is this 50-year mandate? Well, it turns out to be the Treaty of Peace and Friendship 1836 between the Moroccan Empire and the United States of North America. Foreign United States of North America, i.e. the Treaty of Peace and Friendship 1836, in force 1837, between the United States of North America and the Moroccan Empire, which superseded the Treaty of Peace and Friendship of 1787, between the United States of North America and His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor of Morocco. This treaty is the supreme law of the land under the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution for the United States of North America, Article 6, Clause 2. So that's 8. Cut it in half, cut that 8 in half, and you get 33, right? Turn it to the side, you get infinity, or forever, ever, and ever. And then it has here, Article 25. 2 plus 5 is 7. Of the aforesaid Treaty of 1836, averse the expiration term as follows. Hold on, y'all. Let me do something. Okay, so 1836. 1 plus 8 is 9. Plus 3 is 12. Plus 6 is 18. 1 plus 8 is 9. And of course, 9 reduces to 3. Y'all see this? Article 25, 2 plus 5 is 7. This treaty shall continue in force with the help of God, capital G-O-D. We know that's speaking about law, not religion. That's speaking about nature, not religion. God is what? Thought. Thought is what? A function of the mind. Okay? And who's doing the thinking? Consciousness. Consciousness. For 50 years after the expiration of which term they shall continue to be binding on both parties until the one shall give 12 months. 1 plus 2 is 3. 12 months notice to the other of an intention to abandon it, in which case its operations shall cease at the end of 12 months. So 1 plus 2 is 3. Y'all see? 4. Well, y'all know 4 is 2 twos, right? Per my treaty right to inherit under Article 22 of the Treaty of Peace and Friendship of 1836 between the United States of North America and the Moroccan Empire, and in accordance with the international law provisions of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, I am competent to make claim to my inherited ancestral estate in reversion. See, give it back. You've got to let it go now. Give it back. As a surviving rightful heir apparent, Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, which is being held in trust de facto by the foreign corporate state of Maryland Incorporated and subsidiaries as escheated fee simple property. That's feudalism. Under color of law, within the purview of the unconstitutional 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution, per stare decisis law in the Kolovrat case, we mentioned that above, right? My treaty right to inherit property under Article 22, y'all know 22 is a special number, right? Of said peace treaty of 1836 overrides all state policies that are made to the contrary, which are per the following. Article 22, here we go. If an American citizen shall die in our country, civil death, physical death. Civil death, okay, your status, you can't inherit property. You didn't have any property, right? You are civilly dead. Property cannot own property. If an American citizen shall die in our country, and no will shall appear, and we Moroccans, we are the Americans, okay? This is a maxim, America. So if an American citizen, if a Moroccan shall die civilly or physically in our country, and no will shall appear, the consul, C-O-N-S-U-L, shall take possession of his effects, of his property. Okay, and they're going to hold it. They're going to hold it and enjoy it, okay? And if there shall be no consul, C-O-N-S-U-L, now y'all know the U.S. corporation gave up its right to consular jurisdiction. They don't have a consul. So actually, they're not even supposed to hold our property. The effects shall be deposited in the hands of some person, the Attorney General, I think in a lot of states, or Department of Taxation and Assessment, something like that, worthy of trust. And they're not worthy of trust, right? That's right? Because our ancestors, through the Constitution, ordained a Republican form of government, not a democracy. So they're not trustworthy. They're not supposed to be holding our property. So we need to nationalize and take it back. Until the rightful heir shall appear who has a right, a birthright, blood right, to demand them, not ask for them, not beg for them, to demand them. Demand means command. I command you, I order you, okay? Don't care how you feel, and what you think, doesn't matter. You might see me as a nigga, as a spick, whatever brand you might see me as, but that's your problem. See, you're not dealing with reality well. I'm by blood, by nationality, a Moorish American, a Moroccan. Okay? So you can put your feelings and beliefs in your back pocket, all right? And do what you need to do. Follow my command, my order. All right? Okay, let's continue. But if the heir to the person deceased be present, the property shall be delivered to him. Shall be delivered to him without interruption. See, actually, they're supposed to deliver it to us if they follow the treaty, if they're honorable, right? If they're honorable, they're supposed to give it to us without any questions, without any type of threat and intimidation, without any paperwork. Okay, it shall be delivered without interruption. And if a will shall appear, the property shall descend agreeable to the will, or to that will, as soon as the council shall declare the validity thereof. Well, they don't have a council. C-O-N-S-U-L. We do. They don't. So this is our power, not theirs. They gave theirs up, I think, in 1956. All right? (1956), 1 plus 9 is 10, plus 5 is 15, plus 6 is 21, 2 and 1 is 3. There we go again. 5. I hereby make an adverse claim. Give me my stuff back. Of aboriginal title. This is the most superior title. To my ancestral estate in reversion that you've been holding in trust and enjoying and making fiat profit off of, as described below, to wit, all that certain plot, piece, or parcel of land with resources, buildings, and improvement thereon erected. Y'all need to start paying rent. You foreigners need to start paying rent. Situated, lying, and being known to be located near corporate Welcome, Maryland Republic, known by the street address of, and I'm not going to go through that, Welcome, Maryland at Maghrib al-Aqsa, northwest of Maxim, and geographically located on the North American continent within the dominions of the Moroccan Empire, not the United States, not the United States of America, but the Moroccan Empire, at Maghrib al-Aqsa, northwest of Maxim, latitude, there's our astrology, right in your face, latitude 38.501350, longitude 77.111750. Y'all can work those numbers yourself. On the global positioning system, coordinates. Okay, coordinates 38. So 3 plus 8 is 11. That gives us what? The two covenants, right? The two covenants and covenant. I forgot the meaning of covenants. But anyway, those are our pillars, the 1 and the 1. Okay, 1 and the 1 gives you 2, right? Or the 2 2s. But anyway, he goes on. The coordinates 38, 30, 4.86 north and 77. 6. 42.3 west. There's your astrology, longitude and latitude, right? CM Bay talked about that. Let me just get this in your mind so we can see how see the civics in our science and heritage. Okay, you see the lines of longitude and latitude, y'all. This is the sun and the earth. Asia, Midgard, the different times of the year with the lines of longitude and latitude. Y'all see it? Okay, now you see how that works out civically with the recovery of our land, exercising our rights to reversion of estate. Y'all see it? Let me see, what does CM Bay? Let me show. Well, y'all pause the video and read this on your own time, okay? Pause the video and read it on your own time. Familiarize yourself. You can download the Clock of Destiny, the Zodiac Constitution, this affidavit of fact, reversion of estate, and everything else. Y'all can get it on enforcetheconstitution.org. That's where I got it. So pause this on a replay and read it. Printer didn't do a good job with this. But anyway, there you are. All right, y'all. So go there and get your own copy. And what's the page number, y'all? What's the page number? Look at that. What's that page number? 33. Now, do y'all think that this is all coincidence? 33 is an angel number. But you should talk to someone who's more expert on, I'm not nowhere near expert on numerology. So y'all should talk to someone who is. Okay, I only know a little bit. But I'm sure there's a whole story behind all these 3, 6s, and 9s, 22s, 11s, right? And 7s. Okay, y'all? So let me show you, let me take you to the nationality card so y'all can, so all Moors are bound to follow our Constitution, which is the Zodiac Constitution, which is science. It's not newspaper, zodiac signs, and astrology. It's not that at all. Okay, it is science. Science and engineering. Okay? It is science. Remember, our culture is science. Okay, yeah, I need to go to 1. I hope we have. You also find out about the Zodiac man, the moon signs, and Clock of Destiny 1 that we talked about earlier. Where is that, y'all? The Temple of the Moon and Sun, which is on our letterhead. You'll find that in Clock of Destiny, Volume 1, page 1. You understand what that means on our letterhead, okay? Temple of the Moon and Sun. Hold on. This is your culture. This is our culture. So you should know it and learn to love it. I'm kind of rushing, y'all, because I know my battery is about to go out. So I want to get this in, get it all in the same video. If not, we just have to come back and do it again. So knowledge of the zodiac involving women children. Okay, so there's your Virgo and there's your mother and son, Virgo and son, okay? Knowledge of the zodiac involving women, children, moon, sun, or earth might therefore be termed, quote unquote, clock of destiny. Clock chronology. Time is rendered by the heavenly bodies, okay? Chronology, clock of destiny. And of course, the cosmic energy influences consciousness, events, so on and so forth. That's what he's talking about. Okay, so now, here's more on longitude and latitude from our culture. Okay, y'all? All right. See, we actually use this stuff in the writs. So that continues on the next page. Okay, y'all? All right. So everything in those writs has meaning and is cultural. And the culture is science. All right. Where is it? Maybe it's in Clock of Destiny too. But I wonder. Well, y'all, I might have to come back to y'all with, I hope I remember. I think it's Clock of Destiny 1. Let's go back to 1. Let me flip through it again really quickly. I'm trying to find where he's telling us about the nationality card, Clock of Destiny, and the Zodiac Constitution, which will explain to you why you saw it in the writ that we just looked at. I just need to find it, so y'all be patient, please. Page 7, isn't that interesting? Here's what it says. Therefore, woman, Virgo, woman and grown sons, mother and sons, comprise the supreme manifestation of the whole creation. We just went through that. We just went through that, right? In the Devil's Pulpit, the chapter on Virgo Paritura. We just went through that. That's page 7, Clock of Destiny, volume 1. Temple of the moon and sun, of which scientifically imply the greatest inclination of the Earth's axis to the sun during the months of June, July, and August in the northern hemisphere. That's the harvest, and of course July is the hottest month of the year, where the Earth is fecundated and the mature fruit receive all of that solar energy, and it pushes them from maturity to being ripe. And the harvest is the climactic part of the year. And guess what page? This is on page 9. Page 9. Page 9. And then, of course, 9 reduces to 3. Right? And hold on. Where our forefathers were before this land of ours, a maxim was named North, Central, and South America. We are that today, without a doubt of contradiction, namely Moor. The name Moor is derived from the name Moabite, the crest of Asia. All of this, y'all, has to do with the temple of the moon and sun, which we see on our letterhead. Hold on. Let me show y'all. Y'all see, this is culture. Temple of the moon and sun. All right? There it is, temple of the moon and sun. So that's culture, and it has meaning. Okay? So let's continue. Where am I? I lost my place. Put the book down and lost my place. All right, I think here we are. The term Egypt implies productive soil in the northern hemisphere, especially the United States and Canada, Upper and Lower Egypt. That's page 35. 5 and 8. 5 and 3 is 8. Cut the 8 in half, you get 3, 3 again. Where is it? I can't believe I can't find this. My memory tells me it's at the bottom of the page on the left-hand side, and it continues to the top of the page on the right. Just I don't remember the page. Or maybe it's in the, no, I don't think it's in the, no, it's not in the Zodiac Constitution. Or is it? Let's see. It's in the Zodiac Constitution. Page 7. Does that surprise you? Okay, the Clock of Destiny, Moorish American card of identification and Constitution has been registered as a Zodiac Constitution in the Library of Congress and signed by the author C.M. Bay. So let me, hold on, y'all. On page 6, knowledge of the Zodiac Masonry as shown in this Moorish Constitution and also in my book, Clock of Destiny, Volume 1 and 2. 1 and 2, of course, is 3. Page 6. So this is why you see in the writ, let me go back to it, hold on. Hopefully I can find it. In the affidavit, here it is. Take a look at that. Pause it on the replay, y'all. It says, I affirm by divine law, okay, the Hermetic Laws, laws of nature, under the Zodiac Constitution. Okay, here we are. The Zodiac Constitution. Under the Zodiac Constitution, okay, and upon the United States Republic Constitution, everybody knows that, and upon the honor of my foremothers and forefathers, you see that in the